Testing, testing. One, two, three. And testing. A very good morning to our distinguished delegates, industry leaders, researchers, innovators, and fellow Malaysian innovators. Welcome to the final day of NICE 2026, powered by Merandi. Let's do this, guys! Last day! And then we're gonna go back, and then we're gonna PARTY party! Okay, no, wrong event, okay, sorry. Over the past 2 days, we have established our national direction exploit science-based impact across industries. Today on day 3, our central focus is scaling Malaysian innovation to the world. Today is all about market outcomes, adoption, cross-border investment, and building Malaysian champions capable of competing on the global stage. Our morning conference track is led by Maranti, so let us immediately begin our morning lineup.
This session unpicks the practical shift required across government, venture capital and corporate ecosystem to accelerate commercial adoption. Cikgu, baby shark do 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 do.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera. Salam Malaysia Madani. Majlis akan bermula sebentar lagi. Kita menjemput para hadirin, pempamer dan tetamu jemputan untuk mengambil tempat di dalam Dewan Utama ini. Pastikan telefon bimbit anda berada dalam mod senyap sepanjang sesi konferens dan perasmian penutup berlangsung. Sekiranya anda memerlukan sebarang bantuan, pasukan petugas kami yang memakai lanyard rasmi NICE sentiasa sedia membantu anda. Untuk maklumat hadirin, sepanjang hari ini, pelbagai acara menarik turut berlangsung di sekitar ruang expo termasuk Pasar Inovasi Rakyat oleh YIM di foyer. Terima kasih atas kerjasama anda. Sesi pagi kita akan bermula sebentar lagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera. Salam Malaysia Madani. Majlis akan bermula sebentar sahaja lagi. Kita menjemput para hadirin pempamer dan tetamu jemputan untuk mengambil tempat, especially the ones dekat depan. Pastikan telefon bimbit anda berada dalam mood senyap sepanjang sesi conference dan perasmian penutup berlangsung. Sekiranya anda memerlukan sebarang bantuan, pasukan petugas kami yang memakai lanyard rasmi NICE 2026 sentiasa sedia membantu anda. Untuk makluman hadirin sepanjang hari ini, pelbagai acara menarik turut berlangsung di sekitar ruang expo termasuk Pasar Inovasi Rakyat oleh YIM di foyer. Terima kasih atas kerjasama anda. Sesi pagi kita akan bermula sebentar lagi. Distinguished guests, industry leaders, researchers, investors, Meranti leadership team, fellow Malaysian innovators and members of the media. Welcome to the final day of NICE 2026! Let's go. Over the past 2 days, we have established our national direction and explored sign-based impact across industries. Today on day 3, our central focus is scaling Malaysia innovation to the world. Today is all about market outcomes, adoption, cross-border investment, and building Malaysian champions capable of competing on the global stage. Our morning conference track is led by Meranti. Let us immediately begin our morning lineup. Ladies and gentlemen, to set the context for today's discussion, we begin with our morning keynote presentation titled Missions That Pay for Themselves, Designing Business Models Around National Challenges. The keynote draws on international evidence to explain why mission-driven nations close that gap by actively designing markets around national challenges, structuring demands that pull innovation through, and building business models where solving a public problem and generating commercial returns are the same act. To deliver this keynote, please welcome our distinguished speaker, Professor Rainer Cartel, Deputy Director, Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose, University College of London.
Thank you.
Alrighty, Prof, the stage is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well. It's okay? Back in the room as well? Everybody can hear me? Good, thumbs up, all right? Good. I'm asking because I caught a bit of a cold, as one does when one travels. We call it the summer cold, but I realize you always have summer, so every cold you have is a summer cold. And so I hope my voice carries enough in the room, and so when I need to support myself, I'll walk over to the podium and then find the support. Anyway, I want to thank Meranti, of course, for the invitation. Thank you very much, very kind. And it's been a real pleasure to listen to the presentations and discussions yesterday. And I find it very interesting and exciting. So I will talk about missions that pay for themselves. This is a wonderful title suggested by Meranti, so I kept it because I think it really kind of says it all. So I don't really need to speak in many ways. But of course, the question we have is, how do you take the challenges every country has? Every country has, fundamental challenges, whether it's around population, whether it's around climate change, whatever it is, or geopolitics. How do you turn that into innovation? Because of course, challenges have urgency, they can galvanize people, they can bring people together, and that's great for innovation, right? How do you do that? How do you bring together, how do you generate demand from national challenges? So this is what we're really trying to do today and go through this idea. How do you generate demand from national challenges? And of course, my very good friend and colleague, Mariana Mazzucato, has coined the word missions. So if you take challenges for innovation, we call them missions. So we'll go through some of the ideas, how this can be done. And I'll start by looking at why governments are turning to missions. So this idea that if you look at the development, so every country that is getting richer is spending more money by governments. So development sort of goes hand in hand with spending more money because our societies, economies get more complex, we need more investment in infrastructure technologies, but also, of course, because we are aging societies, we have a demand for public services, and also, of course, because health, education are demanding more as we are getting richer. But I think one of the challenges we see that, and this is just an example from UK, but I think we see a similar pattern pretty much in every country. We spend more money by government without knowing whether it actually really works. We kind of know maybe it works, but not really. And I think that's a huge challenge for governments because governments have to justify if you want to increase spending, if you want to increase taxes, for instance. How do we know that this is doing good? This is actually working? And of course, partly the challenge is that governments are dealing with very complex challenges, like aging, for instance. So it takes a long time to change life expectancy, for instance. So it is partially by the nature of government spending that we know quite little what we are doing. But it is, of course, a huge challenge when we face those multiple challenges. So in many ways, you see really around the world, all governments are kind of treading water. So they have many governments have aging populations, unless you are in Africa. So that demand, pushes demand for public services. Many governments are, of course, or every government is facing technological challenges from AI, all of those things. Obviously, we heard about it yesterday as well. Of course, geopolitics. We are very much in a brave new world where we really don't know where we stand in terms of geopolitics, whether you're in Malaysia, whether you're in Estonia, where I originally come from, or whether you're in United Kingdom, where I work. So we are all sort of trying to figure out how much do we need to spend on defense? Do we need to have more technological autonomy? Do we need to have our own AI systems? Because otherwise we are dependent on either China or US. So there's a lot of these kind of challenges. And of course, if you think about governments are spending more money, they need to spend more money. They face all of those challenges that we are talking about here, and they don't really know, they can't really tell citizens whether they're getting any better at what they do. So this eroding trust, this sort of vicious circle, is very much what every government is really facing. So that's why we're talking about using those challenges for innovations. That's why we're talking about missions. And in a very simple way, we can define missions as creating those large-scale outcomes that are time-bound. We say the time, when do we want to achieve them, but we also say the target, so they are measurable. So we try to have those measurable outcomes, and we try to galvanize demand, private sector around those outcomes. So we use the challenge of aging, for instance, or challenge of geopolitics, and galvanize private demand, private companies around it. So it's all about public sector setting the direction for the society, rather than doing all of itself, but actually more setting the direction. So this is what we're trying to sort of see how this happens, because obviously we want to have a larger direction for the society, or multiple directions, but we also want to have bottom-up innovation, because innovation is what gives us good ideas, efficient solutions, all of those things. So it's really about bringing those two things together. And in many ways, this means that when we think about that, yes, we're spending more money on challenges, we have to spend more money on public services. As we are getting richer, we have to do that. But it also means that we're shifting what the government is actually doing. So we're shifting from thinking about how do we spend, and thinking about costs of government, how do we actually shape direct markets towards the outcomes we want? If you want to have healthy aging, if you want to have better technological solutions for our autonomy, how do we do that? How do we help market actors to reach those goals? So this is really sort of changing the way government or actors like Merranti are working. So I think going from supporting, giving money to private sector or academia, and then trying to measure as we go along. But again, this is quite challenging to measure as we go along, and actually shifting the mindset to, we should be much more thinking about how do we lead, how do we direct the way for the society, and learn what works and what doesn't work. So this is really the challenge of missions, I think, is how do we lead as government, as Academy of Science, as prime ministers and Merranti, how do we direct private investors and the key academy, and at the same time learn what is actually working in what we are doing? Because that's really the key challenge. So in a way, that's the key takeaway from my talk, is missions are enabling the learning both in government, but also in private sector. And I think, of course, missions are not new. Again, from Mariana Mazzucato's work, we know very well that missions were fundamental in the sort of internet revolution, particularly from the US during the Cold War. But there is also, now there's over the past 15 years, really, missions have really exploded around the world. All governments are, because they are facing the similar challenges. They're treading water, they're spending more, they need to show what they're actually delivering, and hence they try to bring together challenges and innovation. And so we see, that lots of missions being practiced around the world. But of course, context matters, because you have your own context, technology, geopolitics, resources, industrial structure, all of those things are quite different to other countries. So, and of course, I think what is a really interesting challenge is if you are a mature economy, you already have lots of technological capabilities. So if you look around Europe, a lot of countries are thinking about decarbonizing the economy, net zero emissions, for instance. So how do we decarbonize our energy systems, construction, transportation? But you already have lots of technological capabilities. So it's about trying to, so there's lots of demand already, right? Companies are spending money, they're innovating, they're spending money on R&D. So how do you shift that direction? if you're an emerging economy, in many ways, you also have to build that infrastructure. You have to build technological capabilities. So you have to do both things at the same time. If you are an Emranti, for instance, you have to kind of help government agencies and companies build key technological capabilities, but then also have to direct those capabilities towards national challenges. So you have to do kind of two things at the same time. And I wanted to just use a couple of examples of missions because I think it's a good backdrop to think about Malaysian missions as well. Are you moving in the similar direction? And of course, the most famous mission is really from the US, which is around defense, military, R&D spending, which started really in 1960s because of the surprise of Soviet Union sending the Sputnik to them to the space. And so US was so surprised that they created this idea of a national defense mission that is still valid today, that we don't want to be ever surprised again. So we have to be always at the technological frontier in terms of AI, all of those things. And that's why US government has been investing into military AI since really the 1970s. And of course, now we see all of those companies commercializing and using that publicly created knowledge from really half a century ago. But of course, this is defense. This is military. Not every country has the same capacity to spend on military. So here's another example from Sweden, which I think is a very different example and very much a modern day mission that many governments are actually sort of thinking in the same way. So in Sweden, they think that every school lunch should be sustainable, locally sourced, and healthy. So if you think about government like or a country like Sweden, or in many countries, government is subsidizing school meals because it's a great idea, because it provides nutrition, but it's also, of course, good for the children because they might not get enough food at home and so on and so forth. In Sweden, governments, if you think about today, half of the lunches in Sweden were paid by government. So this is already the spending government does. It's not a new spending, actually. So, but if you think about, we want this spending to be more sustainable. So that means we have to think about, agriculture. How do we produce food? And at the end of the day, how do we deal with food waste? So it's a huge system. It's about actually like 20 to 30% of the carbon footprint. So it sounds like a small thing, school meals, but actually it includes energy, transportation, agriculture, waste, all of those things. And so it sounds much more relevant for many countries. So if you go from Brazil to Indonesia, for instance, a lot of countries are experimenting with this idea, using challenges around health and education and providing through school meals. But of course, there's also really interesting examples from the emerging economies, Rwanda around access to medical supply, for instance. Again, this is a national challenge. So how do we make sure that we have enough infrastructure, enough supply, enough knowledge, enough medical personnel to actually deal with that? So it generates investments, but it also generates demand for private sector to deal with that. So it provides this more general direction, if you will, and private sector knows this is where we're going. We want to have medical supply within 30 minutes of everybody in Rwanda. So we know this is going to be our goal for long term. And of course, India, close by, around digital infrastructure, is another really interesting example where they have now put 900 million people digitalize their finances, their IDs, and all that. So you see the missions can be very different depending on the challenge you face. And I think also in terms of Malaysia, this is something that we have to look at. And of course, this is not me, though, so I don't really know that much about Malaysian situation, but we heard yesterday, and this is from the materials. So you can see that Malaysia faces a challenge that a lot of emerging countries, including my own Estonia, face. We spend more and more on R&D, but we don't actually have the innovation coming out of that. So, Estonia spends about like 1% of public funds or GDP on R&D, but we are also having a similar problem. We spend more money, don't really have that much innovation coming out of it outside of ICT sector. That's very good, but the rest of it, so and so. So how do we actually sort of bring together those challenges and creating private R&D demand? And I think this is really the challenge that Malaysia, including other countries, face, because we are really not very good at working with coalition of willing companies, if you will. And so I won't go deeply, but so Hopefully you all know those missions already, though these are the challenges and these are the missions that Malaysia is looking at. So this is from Mranti. So if you want to know more, I direct you to their website and read and be engaged. And as you see, they're also quite a different set of missions. They go from sort of a national infrastructure to natural resources to also health and food and aging. So there's lots of variety here as well. And I think that is really the challenge, that we have to look at the technological capability and the market structure, what we can do in a given mission, really. So how can we bring private and public sectors together? It's really different in different missions, I would argue. And I did use a bit of sort of analyzing and asked Claude to analyze Malaysian missions. And this is how Claude structured it. So if you want to blame somebody, blame Claude, not me. But I think it's actually quite interesting the way you can see that this. And what is interesting is who is actually having that demand in Malaysia and is in different missions different. So if you think about like palm oil, it's obviously big incumbent companies. But if you think about, for instance, semiconductors, quantum computing, and defense, this is very much a government demand. So how do you orchestrate that demand together is quite different. In some areas, you need to, as a government, you need to set conditionalities on palm oil companies, for instance, to upgrade. Or in other areas, you need to actually really have a coalition of willing companies and public agencies, like in health, to work together. So that requires actually quite different capabilities in public sector as well. So it all sort of points to missions are a great idea, but they also need to be, you have to be flexible how you use them and how do you do that. So I just wanted to, and so yeah, just to look at the sort of the different examples here, you see that obviously sovereignty, this is very much sort of the government business, if you will. This is very much where government is spending money, where government is the lead. In other areas, it's actually the private sector that has to be the lead actor, and government has to be much more sort of helping them along and doing these things like that. So what can we learn from, I said in the beginning, that a lot of countries are trying to generate mission-oriented policies, bringing national challenges and innovation together, innovation spending, public spending, national challenges together. And what can we learn from that? And I think there's one really key thing we can learn, again, because this is a 30-minute presentation, this is one key thing you have to remember. And I would say what I call is an accountability trap for missions. So if you think about public policy, we have really like two clocks. One is politicians, and political clock is very, very fast. You know, what do politicians do? They are on social media. How is public reacting to what I said yesterday? We had yesterday here a couple of ministers. I'm sure there's people in their offices checking, how did I do yesterday? Because obviously they need the feedback because they have elections. They need to know whether their messaging is landing, whether they remember we started from, we don't really know whether public policy works because it takes so much time to figure it out. So politicians have to sort of, you know, invent as they go along. But it's a very fast feedback. It's a very fast learning cycle. On the other hand, we have public organizations like Academy of Sciences and Mrantis, MOSTI, others. They learn very slowly because they have to learn about every aspect. You know, public policy takes a long time to have effect, so they do long-term studies. So, and I would argue that mission-oriented policies very often fall in between those two ways of doing politics, if you will, and policy. Because if you ask around Malaysian missions, who owns mission around healthy aging? Who owns mission around food? Well, kind of a lot of people own them. So if a lot of agencies own them, nobody really owns them because missions are, you know, learning as we go along. We try to sort of figure out, we have a portfolio of investment in healthy aging. We try to see whether it works. So it's about learning as we go along. And I think this kind of sort of market shaping ideas really require governments to be much better at working with private sector, understanding technology, understanding technological capabilities. So it's really actually trying to focus or refocus what government is doing. But this accountability trap, I think, is very important because what happens otherwise is what a very good colleague of mine from OECD, Pira Tenorist, has called mission washing. We use our old policy, we call it a mission, and we go along. We see what happens, because maybe fashion changed, somebody comes along and with a new idea, and we in the bureaucracy, we take our time, we see whatever it works or not. So I think this is very easy to happen. And the other thing what happens is that mission becomes too technocratic. So I would say that if you want to know and understand whether the mission you have is working, ask yourself, who knows about your mission? How many people know about? How many people can explain what your mission is? If you go to the outside to the square here and ask, we have a food mission, would anybody know? And if they don't, you really are falling in between those traps, because politicians care about what people on the street know, and bureaucracy cares what they can sort of figure out in the long-term processes. So if your mission falls in between, you have a challenge there. So that's why I think I started from, yes, governments are spending more money, but it's all really about spending it differently and working differently. And this is what we're really trying to figure out. So typically, if you look at how do we deal with innovation and R&D, we kind of have some money in the government, we have a budget, we have a program, and we hope somebody figures it out later. Somebody finds a use for our technology, for our science, our knowledge. And that's how almost every government in the world works. So it's not only about Malaysia. It's kind of, because again, we don't really know the impact of public policy. Remember, it takes a long time to figure that out, because public policy is about long-term issues very often. So we kind of spend and we go along, and people move between offices. And typically, if you ask somebody, oh, why do we have this program? Well, nobody really remembers, because this was done by a previous government or previous bureaucracy, previous agency. We just sort of keep on going. But I think the way, if you want to think about it, is we have a national challenge. How do we now find what we can call a coalition of the willing? Who wants to come along with this challenge? Aging, food, palm oil. Who wants to come along in terms of, are you willing to put your own money, your own capabilities? Are you willing to take on that challenge? And this is really where governments very often are very weak, finding those partners to work with, to sit down. Because of course, if you sit down with a set of partners, it can easily look as corruption. So how do we do it in a way that is not corrupt? How do we do it in a way that is transparent, work with them? And that's, I think, is key is, yes, we need to work with companies, but we also need to keep them competing. And that's sort of the challenge of doing missions. That's why we need to think about portfolio funding rather than thinking, government should never say, this is a technology that you have to use. Government can say, we have a problem, bring us a solution. And those solutions can be very different, multiple in different places, take very different form. So this idea of co-creating our R&D agenda is really what missions are enabling you to do. Yes, we have a mission around semiconductors. What is that mission then? How do we define that this is an R&D agenda around food? How do we do that? I use an example from sort of Mranti and missions. So this is about healthy aging. I think this is a very interesting and very important mission, because as I said in the beginning, we are all getting older as societies. We don't really know how to get old, because our model is we get 65 and we retire. But now, of course, most people live much longer lives. So it's not only what do I do with my life, but actually how do we keep people productive, engaged with work, society, politics, all of those things become very important. So I think aging, yes, is important, but I would say healthy aging. How many healthy years do I have? So Malaysia has around, I think on average, 63, 64, which is actually quite good. So it's a European average already. But Singapore has 10 more years. So if you live in Singapore, you have 10 more healthy years as an average person. So I think having like a mission saying, we want every Malaysian to live 10 more years healthily is something you can tell everybody on the street. Nobody would say, I don't want that. I don't want to live 10 more years healthily. So I think there's ways of trying to formulate these missions. And I think this communication aspect is really what is very, very important, because health can be also very technical, technocratic. But I think if you try to formulate it in a way that everybody benefits from that, so you also show what this mission can do really for everybody, not only for the companies, for academia, for government, but really person on the street. So you have to start from what is the outcome? And that outcome definition is very important in terms of being able to communicate that. Because if you're not able to communicate that easily, it falls in the accountability trap. Nobody's accountable, and eventually people just sort of move on and do their own business as usual. And then, again, as I said, it's finding the willing firms to work with you who are in the business of health technology, who are in the business of care, who are in the business of hospitals. This is both public and private. So how do we actually get them together? How do we work with them in a transparent way? And this is why I think keeping the competition is so important. And of course, also delivering this idea of portfolio of R&D, because R&D will always have failures. And that should be fine. Well, so we shouldn't be penalized for having failures. But if you want to have failures in public policy, you have to think of multiple solutions, multiple companies working at the same time, because one of them will succeed, but not everybody has to succeed. And that's, I think, is a key sort of a trick of creating a business model. Because, of course, businesses are used to failing. Businesses fail every day. They try to innovate, they fail. So they are used to this idea as well. And so if you think about what does it mean pays for itself, right? So if you think about the healthy aging, part of it is, of course, if you think about people in Malaysia would have 10 more years that they're healthy. Everybody would have that. That means you don't go to hospital. That's avoided cost. You don't need medication that much. That's an avoided cost. You're healthy. You can work. You can support your family. All of those things. That's an avoided cost for a society, not just the public sector, but a society as such. So it's a huge saving. So government becomes more effective, actually, at what it does, the way it spends money. But also you have created markets. You have given a direction for a lot of actors in the health, medicine, care, welfare, education, food. All of those actors have to sort of find their way. So, and you can create those multiple programs. And hopefully you can also, you can rethink your procurement processes. This is not what we are procuring for. This is what I am as an Embranti trying to orchestrate those actors for. So you can see this is where the direction is heading, and you can really sort of the mission becomes this sort of broader industrial policy agenda and helps it along. And of course, the key thing is you as government are spending money, but also you have crowded in private capital. Private sector is also coming along. And so this orchestration but it really starts from actually defining an outcome that everybody can understand. Because if you don't do that, you're really having a very, very uphill battle of convincing companies, academia, government, everybody, or particularly in the media, to say this is a good mission. So this is really the key lesson. And as I said, when the government is creating those markets or helping to create those markets, you have to have a sort of a share in the wins as well. So you can't be just sort of sitting by the wayside, if you will. So what you can do with those missions, I think if you are working for the government, I think the key thing is to be thinking about how do we define those missions? How do we formulate them in a way that is actually easy to communicate? How do we get to a way of saying it to the, you go to the mall across the center here and you put up a booth and say, this is our mission, and how many people would understand? So it's about openness, it's about transparency and actually working in a way. If you are in private sector, it's about actually thinking about where is my challenges? Where are my technological challenges? What do I need to really, where do I need demand? Where do I need support for demand to be generated? And where can I actually jump in as well? Where do I see technology outside of Malaysia that I can import and sort of use it? All of those things have to be done quite honestly. If you're academia, again, going away from or going much more closer to private sector is something that needs to happen. And you can ask yourself, what are the companies I can work together? And of course, we shouldn't forget civil society, because if you think about healthy aging, it can also be quite unequal. We know from a lot of research that the wealthier you are, the longer you live. So that's inequality. So how do we actually really challenge the way we have phrased the mission, who's engaged in the mission, who has a voice in the mission, is part of civil society. So everybody should be engaged. And that, of course, requires from somebody like Embranti on orchestrating all of these capabilities to do so. So as I come to a conclusion, I would say that missions really are a manifestation of a political will. Remember, politicians have to be really on board with that. But if you design them well, and implement them well, they also really become a business model. And that, I think, is the art of missions and the beauty, but also the challenge, of course. And that's why if you get them right, they're a wonderful thing. They work really well. So, and if you want to learn more from us, our institute, you can come and study with us as an MPA student or a short course. I see a former student here. Hi, Nadia. And so it can be done. So thank you very much, and looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rainer Cartel, for the insightful setting off the stage. Before we move on to the next session, we would love to hear what you thought about this particular session. Take out your phones and give the QR code on the screen a quick scan. It will take less than a minute, and your feedback helps us make these sessions even better for you. We now transition directly into our morning fireside chat titled From Innovation to Market Creation. What must Malaysia do differently? This session unpicks the practical shifts required across government, venture capital, and corporate ecosystems to accelerate commercial adoption. Moderating this fire chat is our CEO, Ashran Datogazi, CEO of Moranti, and joining him on stage is our esteemed guest, once again, Professor Rainer Cartel, Deputy Director, Institute of Innovation and Public Purpose, University College of London, UK. A big round of applause. To our audience in the hall, you may submit your questions for this fireside chat via Slido on the screen on the left side and the right side. Throughout the session, simply scan the QR code displayed on the main screens. Right. Prof, boss, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Morning. Assalamualaikum, everyone. Wow. Either everyone was just still processing what Prof. Rainer was talking about just now, and I hope that means also there'll be streams of questions that we'll get from Slido
Hopefully,
after this, hopefully.
I hope as well. Yeah.
I know I was personally scribbling, not just to prep for this fireside chat with you, Prof, but there were a lot of stuff that you shared just now. Some of the things, we've read, little pieces here and there, but some of the things that I thought was also very interesting from the larger audience that we have here in the hall. And I thought, even if we go from the most basic of Missions 101 that you said just now, and mission washing, as you highlighted, before we get to the specific topic at hand itself, how do we risk mitigate or kind of control a little bit this whole mission washing exercise? Because you don't want the word missions and the psyche of missions to be misconstrued, and then it becomes something that people are fearful of doing at the same time. If you can take it off from there first, Prof.
Yeah, thank you very much. Excellent question, and yeah, I hope that you have in the audience lots of questions. Send us. I know it's Friday before national holiday, but it's a great. I think it's a very, very interesting and a very important topic. And as you say, the mission washing, so to say. We see it really all over Europe happening today, and I think partially it has to do with politicians not being engaged. So missions are very much a sort of technocratic exercise driven by organizations, innovation agencies, government agencies, and politicians are sometimes on board and sometimes not. So I would say politicians are not on board. And the second thing is, I think you really want to invite open criticism of your mission. So you need to be, how do I engage civil society or media, for instance? How do I get good people in the media who are interested in technology? Let's engage them. Let's get them on board. Let's ask them to be very critical of what we are thinking. Because this way you're sort of mitigating the risks. Because if you don't, those criticism comes anyway.
I mean, you mentioned media here just now. You mentioned media in your talk also. So I guess communications is actually quite key,
Yes.
because you can bring that four stakeholders group that you mentioned just now, but if it is not communicated to the public or the media, because the media can work both ends,
Absolutely.
right? It can kind of amplify what you want, or it can also amplify what you don't want out there itself. So I think that was quite an important piece that you were
Absolutely,
sharing there. The other thing that I thought was interesting was the matter that you raised about accountability trap.
Right.
Personally, in Meranti, also, I think the conversations that I have with my team is always having that feeling that we're stuck in between.
Yes. I can imagine. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And how do we kind of manage various stakeholders? How do we convince various stakeholders to come into that alignment? And you raise between the machinery itself,
Right.
that's has a very clear path in terms of what they need to do.
Yeah.
But again, you mentioned a couple of times with regards to political will.
Yeah.
And perhaps you can expand on that a little bit more,
Yes, of
because
course.
I feel that it is going to be a point where missions just becomes a nice conversation that we have on a continuous basis,
It is.
or whether we truly get results out of it or not.
No, 100%. I think we see that actually happening in the UK. So current prime minister has sort of left missions behind, and the previous one was very much into missions. But I think he wasn't very good communicator, and that was a real challenge, I think, because as I said from the multiple times in my talk, the idea of communicating what you really want out of missions is so important to think about. As I said, healthy aging, saying everybody lives 10 more years. I'm just making it up, so I don't know anything.
Sure.
But I think this is something you want to, or saying like every school child in Malaysia has a healthy lunch. No parent would say, "Oh my God, what are you doing?" They would say, "Oh, that's a great idea." So, but it's a very easy idea to communicate. So, yes, you need both. You need the political communication, but I think you also really need to. If I were in your shoes, I would look for where is the energy in Malaysian society in terms of where people are not only seeing problems, but they also are willing to contribute, come along, do something, either businesses, civil society, and let's go there, because then you can get a quick win in a way, saying we have maybe it's not a big national mission, maybe it's a sectoral mission, but we can show that we can work together without being charged with criminal activity, and we can actually produce results. So I think this kind of transparency at the same time is very important as well. And so going where you can have a quick win to prove that this new way of working works.
So I want to pick up on the last point that, so even when I first got exposed to the whole mission concept,
Right.
it is always at a national level. It is always, at the highest impact, highest everything. But you just said just now that you can tone that down and do a sectoral-like mission. How would that actually look like? Does that still, follow the same spirit of mission economy, so to speak?
Yeah, I think you can see it in quite different ways. So you can think of it as a city level, because cities are in many ways there's not that much attention to city level politics, if you will, or there is, but it's a very different kind.
Right.
And at the same time, of course, everybody who works in a city office, they are in continuous contact with citizens.
So the touch point is slightly more
They know very quickly, so the learning is much quicker. And so we see actually that a lot of cities are, when they have focus on missions, it can be around housing, for affordable housing, for instance. It can be around health or mobility. So if you look at a lot of European cities are really focused on mobility, because the cities have become too car-centric. So it's too many cars, too many roads, CO2 coming from cars. So how do you get cars out of the cities has become one of the really key missions, actually. And there is if you look at cities like Paris, we can show that really works. If you take cars out of the city, unless you electrify like China, but we don't do that. So we have lots of cars in our cities. So city level is one thing. And the other thing is you can think of missions on a sectoral level, almost like a new version of an industrial policy.
Okay.
So you bring actors together around palm oil or whatever that is and say, we want this sector to do 3 things over the next 10 years.
So, but Prof, when you say we want, is that government saying we want?
Yeah.
Or is that government engaging with the private sectors, for instance, and saying, how can you, what is it that you think should be the case? So which one takes precedence? Because both have slightly
Yeah.
different motivations to some extent, but how do you get that motivations to be aligned?
Yeah, so I think what is really important for governments is not to be too sort of top down, but at the same time say that, provide this broad direction. And I think this comes along with very much sort of government or organizations like you and people like you needing to have this, what I call like strategic awareness, sort of understanding where do we have strong companies with R&D capabilities or technological capilities. We can go and work with them. We can bring them on board. They bring SMEs on board. They bring universities, others on board. I think a lot of countries like Malaysia or my own country, Estonia, the key actors are either resource-based companies or they are foreign companies. So, and both have their own challenges. So how do you deal with these and bring them on board? So I don't really believe in that government has to go along, not at all. I think you have to be very, very good and smart in understanding where the private sector challenges are. How can we help them so that they come and help us
Right.
to define that mission? To say, yes, we agree with your healthy aging mission, we agree with your food mission, because if they don't, you're very much an uphill battle.
Correct.
And you won't win.
And again, I'm picking up a lot of the stuff that you're mentioning just now.
Sure.
Just simply because I thought it would be beneficial also to the rest of the audience here today, in terms of some of them today could be the first time being exposed.
Sure.
And I think the NICE event is also the first time that I think it's probably, if you were to have a record, the number of times missions are mentioned in a conference, then I think
Right.
that would be it. This would be it.
Probably. Well, it's even in the market to mission is the
Yes. So it's literally trying to cover left, right, and center,
Yes.
with the hope that from that communications angle that you
Yeah,
were
of course,
saying just now. So cool. We can go national level, we can go sectoral level, and you said signals.
And I would definitely try to experiment, because nobody has a one right answer. What works in Paris doesn't work in Kuala Lumpur, and the other way around. So actually starting small and looking at some of the city actors, some of the health actors, maybe, and as I said, find the energy and work with them who wants to have a mission with you and see, does it work in our context? Maybe it doesn't because the media is too critical or there is not enough technological capabilities. We have to, as I said, emerging markets, we have to build those. So I think missions are really very much about the government mindset, learning to do politics differently, policy differently.
Learning politics differently or policies differently?
Both. Because I think we are really in a very challenging times in terms of politics as well, because it's so fast. And missions are, decades. So how do you bridge that gap is a hugely crucial.
I know. I mean, and I think it's going to be a waste when the dynamics of politics is as it is right now. And you mentioned just now the UK has its challenges with regards to as things shifts. But I guess if I get you right, also if missions are also framed from a societal impact perspective,
Exactly.
right?
That's
then
the point.
it's the people that saying, hey, if there's a shift, right? How do you maintain this mission? Why are you dropping this mission and so forth with regards to things? Then that continuity.
It creates accountability.
Correct.
And at the moment, I think a lot of governments don't find the right place. As you say, you feel also you sit in the middle and you want to and can maybe orchestrate.
Yeah, it's not easy to be in the middle.
Exactly.
It's nice, but it's not easy.
No, exactly, because it requires from you lots of emotional, political intelligence to navigate those waters. And so that's where I think it's really important also to think about how can we train people in public sector to work slightly differently? How can we work differently? And again,
How do we to train folks? I mean, because I've met folks within the public sector that has the desire to want to do things.
Yes.
Just as an example, that one of the Mostis initiative with regards to procuring local R&D products. There's an initiative where we do brand certification in regards to those things, right? So at the working layer, the procurement heads feels very closely with regards to that. And that's simply because they feel that they're the guardians of the country.
Yes.
And promoting and adopting local R&D products leads to sovereignty to some extent,
Of course, yeah.
right?
Absolutely.
We've done campaigns in regards to buying Malaysian product. It doesn't resonate as strongly as a sovereign perspective.
Yes.
And a lot of friends within the public sector actually feels very strongly about that.
Yeah.
But again, they can feel strongly about it, but there are also going to be hurdles that they're going to be faced. The project owner may not feel strongly about it,
Yes.
while the procurement head can be, wanting to move things, but
Absolutely.
they're not the project owner itself. So how do we really make that shift within the system when you've got, very distributed motivations within the system itself?
Yeah, no, great question. And first answer is you can come to us, study with us, and no, but I think in all seriousness, I would again look for. Yes, as you said, there's like great people who have strong patriotic feelings. They really want to contribute. So let's pick them out of the ordinary ways of working. Provide with them maybe 1 or 2 days a week, maybe some training, some special projects. Let them learn to do things differently. And I know a lot of governments try to do pilots, and of course that's where a lot of things fail again.
Yes.
So we do pilots, but then it fails again. And so that's where your role, or leaders in public sector, where do I see that this has really worked? Now I want to scale it, and I put my energy in helping to scale that idea, that ways of working. I can go to an agency and they did procurement really well. Let's bring those people into my procurement office and let's sort of learn from them. And I think that is also really the changing nature of public leadership. So I think people like you really have to not only look at your own agency, the way it works, your businesses you're working with, but really look around the private public sector as well and see where do I find smart people working really interestingly. I bring them in maybe on secondment. Like they work with me for half a year. It's a great procurement officer in the city of Kuala Lumpur. I bring him in or her in. And and I think these kind of creative ways of creating teams rather than organizations and teams that are effective. Maybe there are
A
three or
bit
four
like
people.
a consulting structure, I guess,
Yeah.
to some extent. You're assembling
Exactly.
teams from different expertise, from different. I mean, if
100%.
you think Malaysia, I guess, or the government machinery as one large group of companies,
Yeah.
it's actually pulling into a special SWAT team, so to speak.
Exactly. It's exactly SWAT teams.
Yeah.
And then you actually learn from those teams, and then you think about, then you go back to the job descriptions for everybody, rewrite them, add new skills, new tasks. It's a slow process.
I was
not
about to
very
say that.
sexy.
Sometimes this conversation sounds very cool, very
Yes, I know.
exciting on the possibilities that can happen. But as you rightly intervened, to get to that first point,
Yeah.
it's
And
not the easiest of tasks
and this
on
is,
its own.
Yeah, and this is, I think, where public leadership, like people like you, have to really give the space for people, delegate authority, and let them learn. And that's very difficult for public leaders because you are held accountable.
Yes. And that's the other thing too, right? You talk about learning and then the shift
Yeah.
of how governments should be operating. That itself is, so again, when I was, trying to fully grasp the
Right.
whole concept of mission innovations
Yeah.
and all this, it sounds very doable on one front.
Yes.
It allows people to shift their mindset to some extent. But if from an environmental perspective,
Yes.
you are penalized, there's fear with regards to wanting to do something new,
Yes.
especially at the ministerial level side of things.
100%.
It's almost working against you. It's like you're trying to move forward and there's this huge gust of wind and in a wind tunnel that is just so strong.
Absolutely.
And some people don't want to go through that resistance.
Hardly anybody.
I mean, why would you, right?
Exactly. You'd be stupid to. But I think that's really the challenge is not only, you have this accountability trap and mission washing and all that, but it also, in many cases, what doesn't work is if a mission is an additional task for you. If you
That's true. That's
if
true.
you sit in a Mranti, Mosti, and now I have to do the missions, when? In my own time. So that's why having a good idea, what do we actually really want? What do we actually want to communicate? So that if I am sitting in my office in Mosti or in Mranti, I know that my everyday tasks are contributing to that mission. So I don't really need to, Yes, mindset, shit, all that.
No, no, understand.
but it's
Understand.
it's really about every day.
Just to be candid here a little bit, because the country promotes, and you hear, I think yesterday and a few other sessions, this narrative of whole of government approach,
Yes.
whole of nation approach,
Yes.
right? And if I can be very candid with regards to things, it tends to end up being, if let's say Moranti was the project owner and the lead for that,
Yeah.
you're literally rallying everyone. I need to achieve this KPI.
Right.
Can everyone, since your role is in talent, can you sort this one out so that I can achieve my KPI?
Of course.
So, and I think that's where I think alignment.
Yeah.
What you said was spot on. Even for us, when we get called into to be a supporting actor
Yeah.
into
additional.
a particular project or initiative that needs to be done, if we need to do something outside the daily task that we're supposed to
Yeah.
do or within the mandate that we're given, it becomes a very challenging task.
Exactly.
And I think, if anything, to be able to ensure that the aspirations of missions,
Yeah.
whole of government to be happen, is that any project lead
Yeah.
needs to think, while they need to achieve the goals at their end as the lead, but it is also to be able to frame, I guess, if I'm bringing Prof. Rana on board, what is it in for him that would also help him doing his job, at the very least?
100%.
Right.
And I would say that I think KPIs are really the enemies of learning, because, as you say, we
True.
are then we are how do I hit my KPIs rather than how do I learn? And so I think it's a really interesting example again from Sweden and the way their innovation agency, so similar to you, Emranti. So when they started the missions, they said everybody who's working on missions in their agency had one day that they had to spend in a company that they're working with. So every Friday or whatever day you want to go, you go to a company you are working with on that mission, or you go to a school that you're working with on that mission. Because that way you actually encourage people who work in the bureaucracy to be there, to work with those people, and not have a KPI around that, but actually to understand, how does it work? How do you work? How does a school work? How the company works? What are the real challenges? Because otherwise you're just pushing KPIs.
Yeah, and it
that's
ends up, it doesn't feed the soul.
100%. But if you have a day and you can spend in a hospital because you care about health, or you can spend with a palm oil company and you understand those companies from the inside, I think, and it doesn't really cost you anything to do it, but it's a different way of working or thinking about that. So I think there's both. These are very, very important things: is to think about leadership. How do we educate public sector leaders to think in these ways and find those examples? And then I think it's very important to also think about the mandates. How can we change those mandates? I should say, everybody in public sector has to follow a mandate. Public sector is really defined by mandates.
Correct.
Otherwise, we would be just free for all. We can't have that. So how do we make mandates also somewhat flexible, so that I can, within the year or two, there is some flexibility?
How does a flexible mandate look like, Prof?
That's what mission is called. No, but I think it's really that you think much more around portfolios. So let's say
Right.
We think about healthy aging again. So we want to have a couple of technological solutions that help people to monitor themselves or whatever that is. So we go for procurement, but we don't go for the cheapest. But we go for sort of pre-commercial procurement. We have a pool of companies that are working in that. We tell them we want a solution that is very small at the moment, but we also tell you that whoever wins, we buy your product for 3 years. So you create a small market. So that's how I think you generate learning in the public sector, to understand what does really work in this aging technology sector. Where do we have capabilities in Malaysia now? Where do we need to go to university to say, in 3 years' time, we want you to have a master's program in that kind of technologies? So that's sort of much more a portfolio approach, rather than thinking there must be one solution. I think that's sort of and I would always sort of encourage, yes, missions can be national, political, they're very important, but I would always encourage to start small, start smaller areas where you can learn more quickly, areas where you can change mandates, where you can have more flexible portfolios maybe, because the one solution doesn't have to heal everybody.
Right.
So it doesn't have to be like you used to have this cancer moonshot. We need to heal cancer. We still haven't done it, so we have tried to do it for 50 years. So, but if we are much smarter. We just look at different cancers. We now understand cancer much better. It's very different. We understand how to target it and all those things.
Right.
So we have to sort of break it down in a way, much more than that.
So there's a couple of questions coming in on stream,
Oh, yeah.
which are great stuff. But before we get to them,
No worries.
in terms of framing missions themselves, right? And we spoke about national level and sectoral level and stuff. But in terms of, I mean, while granted we are in an innovation and we're talking about R&D and technology innovations and so forth, but when we're framing for missions, right? I also don't want us to be in a trap where we think that tech
Yes.
will be able to solve problems,
Yes.
right? Because then sometimes you get absorbed into that. I mean, a simple example of the pencil going down to space as opposed to a different means or the research that was done towards that.
Yeah.
How do we balance this? So when we're starting to design a mission, do we always need to think that there's going to be some innovation and R&D pipeline for technology innovations? Or don't worry about that, focus on the missions first.
Yes.
What is it that you want to solve? And then
Yes.
the solutions or the brilliant minds that we have, at least within the country, will form itself with regards to things.
Yeah, and I would even add the third thing is, what are the problems that AI won't solve? In many ways, because there's lots of tasks that we have that we think AI can help us, will solve. And a lot of those issues, a lot of those models are then not owned by Malaysia or Estonia or not even United Kingdom. They will be owned by US and China. So we will be all kind of trying to figure out where do our solutions actually are. And I think then we see, as you rightly say, if you look at where governments are spending money, it's not really on technology, it's actually on public services. Most of government spending on public services. So we have to be very smart in pulling technology into public services, and but also empowering public sector, but also citizens to see public services as a cost, because this is what we see. But it's actually investment, because we are investing in our own futures and capabilities.
Okay.
Because otherwise, if you see everything as a technology, particularly in a sort of the middle-income countries like Malaysia, it's, as you say, the sovereignty and autonomy becomes so difficult in a world dominated by huge players, particularly driven by AI. But of course, there is something you will always do here, which is human-to-human connection. This is always be here. Nobody can put AI between you and me. Well, if I would live here.
Yes.
Or your family or friends. And that's why I think like cities and public services become very, very important places of innovation and use of technology, but also inventing those new materials, using those materials that are flexible here or in the region that you can export. So yeah, I would turn it around and say,
cool.
Where do we have to spend money? Because as we are aging, we have to spend money on ourselves, literally, because otherwise we will have miserable lives, and nobody wants to have miserable lives. Because remember, it's all about having a good life. So how do we make sure that more people have a good life?
I would love to continue that track a little bit more, but maybe we got to have an aging track also, since you were also touching on that. But let's go to some of the questions.
I'm getting old, so I'm not talking about aging.
So let's go to some of the questions that we have here. How can Malaysia design mission-based procurement or funding so private companies still have strong commercial incentives, while part of the value created is, wow, this is a long question, while part of the value created is captured and reinvested into the broader Malaysian innovation ecosystem?
Yeah, no, procurement is a great area, because governments are spending lots of money through procurement. So it can be around like 10% of your budgets, if not more. So you're spending lots of money. So it's again, I think we very often sort of think about missions. Oh, where do I get the money to do it? But actually, you already spend a lot of money. And I think procurement is so much more about negotiating with the sector and understanding the sector. So it's very much understanding the technological capabilities. So, or construction or whatever you do, understanding where can we push the private sector, not too much, but ever so slightly, they can be more sustainable in what they build, for instance, or they can be more sort of using local content, local Malaysian content requirement.
Right.
So rather than going from having no local content requirement to having 100, it will fail. But so finding what is the local content requirement in construction, for instance, is it 10, is it 15? And that requires testing. That requires, let's do a 2-year program around sort of local content requirement in procurement, for instance. So that's why you need to sort of figure it out. And you need to be quite honest with yourself, but also with private sector and saying, we want you to do more sustainable construction. How can we do it? How can we
So
do it?
kind of embedding that within
Exactly.
whatever initiatives that's been done.
Exactly.
Nee. All right, we hope we address that question number 1. Let's go to question number 2. How do we move government program to a truly national mission to survive changes in, well, we'll touch about it just now a little bit, right?
Yeah.
To survive changes in government and political priorities. What mechanisms are needed to ensure that the private sector investment and commitment are not lost when government support? And this is unfortunately real in Malaysia too.
Of course.
You got businesses that's driving things. Just when they got the letter, then there's a shift within the whole political landscape. Then they get stuck with whatever investments that have put to date,
100%.
essentially.
Yeah, this is really everywhere the same.
So it's
problem.
not just Malaysia thing, right?
No, of course not. Of course not. No, but I think again, this comes down to having actually really honest framing of the mission. So, and well communicated. And I think it's really about people in the media, on the streets, civil society, academia, businesses, understanding what you're trying to do. And not in a sense like, being able to read or whatever, but really actually, as I said, the healthy aging or food or what have you, or even digital infrastructure, for instance. If you say we want to have much stronger digital infrastructure to be ready, for AI to be used everywhere, really at scale, I think most people would understand that, and so you have to sort of really work towards that kind of a level of mission, because then it's very difficult for politicians to say, "Oh, we don't want that," because it's working. People know it, and they will have an accountability. Because at the moment, if you don't have really mission-designed accountability around missions, they will be either too technocratic, pushing, or headwind, as you say. Everybody will say, I can't do that too long. I can do maybe like half a year, but then I have to give up. So it's too much. And that's a real challenge.
Oh, we've got a few more other questions that pops up. So let's go, how come we design? One question, a mission-oriented approach requires government to take risk and experiment. You spoke about experiments just now. How should Malaysia think differently about failure? Particularly when public money is involved and when we want to create generally new markets, essentially. And we've seen some happenings within Malaysia more recently also when certain investments into startups did not pan out as well as it should. And then it gets exploded into a narrative that goes beyond control. And then you get certain stakeholders being fearful of taking that step again. If I do this, if something goes wrong, then I'm going to be put to blame, and that doesn't help. And I think that's where this question is coming from.
100%. I mean, that's everywhere. So if a startup company fails, it's a success because I failed, so I can do something else. It's on my resume as a good thing. If a government startup fails, it's a bad thing. So how do we actually reconcile these kind of activities? And I think this is why probably government shouldn't be too much directly investing in companies or taking these kind of risks. So you have to really think about much more uncertainties that you're dealing with rather than risk. Because if you start to think about risk, we will always try to lower the risk. And that leads to risk aversion, different kind of behaviors that we actually don't really want to. So you really have to think about where is the uncertainty in the sector that I'm looking at? Where can I then provide some of those things that actually take away some of that uncertainty? And it's very often is about actually, again, comes back to learning. Under these conditions, like we have now, geopolitics has shifted massively. So how can we learn under these new conditions of uncertainty what really works? Where do we need to find new coalitions that help us? Do we need to look more to ASEAN countries around us, to more collaboration, not to be too close to China or what have you? I mean, these are very big strategic conversations, but they come down to also what do you invest as a company. So, but it's the same uncertainty for companies and government. so you can find the common ground and where can we help each other in that sense. It really becomes around that kind of partnership.
Okay. So basically, government ensuring that
Yes.
whatever aspects of de-risking, whether it's capital de-risking, whether it is technology de-risking,
Yeah.
whether it's regulatory de-risking and so forth, if government plays a role in that and then opens up just like an API framework, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
An API framework that allows then, I have sorted out all these things down here. Now it is up to the private guys to kind of drive and investors coming in
Absolutely. Yeah.
so that if they fail or succeed, right, there is a little bit of a bridge, I guess,
Exactly. Buffer.
a buffer.
Yeah. Exactly.
that-
Absolutely. Yeah.
So it allows at least governments, the teams within the government systems itself,
Yeah.
to kind of brave through,
Exactly.
but at the same time kind of catalyze
Yeah.
the ecosystem to be able to kind of get that going.
100%. That's why I always want to keep competition within private sector, because they are competing then on the funding, on the markets, and they are then learning as they go
Right.
along.
Because the
And it's-
backlash, like you said just now about managing corruption within
Yeah.
these things, is that when
It's huge.
government says that, hey, company A, you're the best guy, you are going to be the only guy that's going to be driving this mission right now through, and that's where that question comes about
Yeah,
also.
I would
and-
never say there's one company that for a
Right.
mission. I would say there's a coalition of companies more that mission. Exactly to keep the competition. They know they are competing,
Right.
but they are still collaborating as well with you and with the government. In a way, yeah, government is like an open source.
Right,
software.
right. And
So-
I just kind of triggered that as we were talking about
exactly,
that, and like, hey, you know what? Making sure that foundation architecture is in place.
Yeah.
Everyone else
One
can
of the most
come in
securest
to
things in the world is
plug
open
in,
source.
right?
Yeah,
Yep. Cool. I think we're tight for time.
you.
Thank you very much, Prof,
Thank you.
for a very candid conversation.
Sure.
And the slides also. And again, for the rest of the audience, thank you for the questions. I hope the session gave some light, clarity, and also inspiration to perhaps to be potentially part of missions that the country is trying to drive forward also.
Thank you
Thank
very
you
much.
again, Prof.
Thank you very much, Ergo.
Thank you again, everyone.
A round of applause for our speakers for today. Professor Reina Kartel, please remain on stage, and may I invite Mr. Ashran to present a token of appreciation to our speaker. A big round of applause for our speaker for today, and thank you, Bosch Ashran, and thank you, Professor Reina Kartel. A big round of applause for our speaker for today. As we transition, we would love to hear your feedback on how that session went. Scan the QR code on screen to drop us your thoughts before we get into our next discussion. Thank you to our five-side panelists for those strategic insights. We now move into our first major panel forum of the day, titled, What Investors Really Look For. For startups, researchers, and corporate spin-off looking for secure venture capital and private equity, this 60-minute discussion brings down valuation models, market readiness matrix, and what global investors prioritize. Moderating this panel is Kieran Jacob, senior writer, The Edge Malaysia, an experienced journalist covering technology, venture capital, and ESG issues. A round of applause for Kieran Jacob. Please welcome our panel of leading venture capitalists and investors. Up first, Navin Kumar, CFA, Senior Director, Investment, Gobi Partners. With 15 years experience specializing in structuring mergers and acquisition and venture investments. Up next, Say Min An, Managing Partner, Requisite Capital, Singapore. and experienced international investors specializing in machine learning, AI, new energy, and aerospace. Last but not least, Adeline Low, Chief Investment Officer, Bintang Capital Partners. With over 20 years in private equity and corporate finance, she specializes in transaction origination and operational enhancement. So before we begin, a quick reminder to our delegates, please scan the QR code on screen to submit your question to our panelists throughout the session. Please welcome our moderator and panelists on the stage. A round of applause. Kieran Jacob, the stage is yours.
Good morning. Thank you to the audience for being here and the speakers as well. So today our panel will be discussing what investors really look for. So in Southeast Asia, we know that founders must operate across different markets, regulations, customer bases, but funding has become more selective, especially in the later stages, while opportunities for investors to exit remain limited. There's also been recent governance problems at some startups that have led investors to look more closely at financial controls and due diligence. So capital is available, but founders need to provide clearer evidence that their businesses can grow. So investors play an important role beyond providing capital. They can bring market knowledge, customer access, regional networks, and help with future funding. So for founders, the challenge is understanding what different investors look for and what they need to put in place before approaching them. So each of you invests under a different mandate and at a different stage. So maybe we'll start with what you are looking for, and maybe we can make the case of why the right company should choose you as an investor. So we'll start with Navin. Gobi publicly describes itself as an early to growth investor with on-the-ground teams across Asia. The specific mandate and ticket can vary by fund. So please introduce yourself, Navin, and the check size, which stage, sectors, and markets you actively look at, and how much follow-on capacity you can bring. And also, why should a founder choose Gobi?
Wow. Why should they choose Gobi? That's a good one. Hi, everyone. My name is Navin. Show of hands, who has heard of Gobi Partners? Wow. Thank you. So for those who don't know, we are a venture capital firm across Asia. We started off in Shanghai in 2002 and expanded from Northeast Asia to Southeast Asia, and recently to South Asia and Central Asia. So we're kind of taking the whole Asian region there. We manage about $2 billion USD across all of our funds, like you mentioned, and we have 18 offices across Asia, in which we are dual headquartered today. So Hong Kong handles Northeast Asia and Central Asia, and Malaysia handles Southeast Asia and the rest of the world. So in Malaysia, to simplify what we look at, we do from early stage all the way to growth stage. I in particular look at our growth stage funds. Regard to sector, we're sector agnostic. So leaning towards tech, but as long as it makes money, we generally like it. Yeah, why should they work with us? Well, we believe that for you to win, you got to be multi-market. And the problem is ASEAN is not a monolith. It's a very fragmented market, and with our boots on the ground teams, we are able to help you maneuver through, the complexities of borders, regulatory, and also customer acquisition, talent hiring, and future fundraising as well.
Same in Rakuten Capital has invested in more than 90 companies globally and can draw on a group ecosystem of more than 70 services. So maybe you can introduce yourself and Rakuten Capital's current international investment mandate, and also what advantage will the founder gain from having you on board?
Yeah, it's good to be here. Rakuten Capital has been around, and we started in Singapore since 2013. So we've been one of the older generation corporate venture capital firms. As Kieran has mentioned, we've deployed about $980 million US across many, many different companies. I think one of the strongest points for us is because we're a full stack investor, we balance really well compared to other corporates and whatnot have done corporate venture capital before. The ideation between financial upside and corporate synergies. We've had four major IPOs in four different markets. We did the Lyft IPO, we did Goto IPO, we did a bunch of IPOs also in Japan. So we understand really the full cycle, and actually in many ways the global potential of how your monetization vehicle can work, not only on the business model perspective, but actually on the share perspective of things. I think one thing we've also done is, because we've invested a lot in growth stage or more mature companies, we've realized the importance of being, in many ways, not just a cheerleader. Oh, you're doing really well. Yeah, let's just go, go, go. But more about trying to be the activist investor, where you root for the ideas that you understand in terms of the trends and the macros you see, but also trying to fight for your founder. When you become more of a growth stage investor, you definitely have a situation where the board has disagreements, and there needs to be a strong stance, a opinionated but well-informed stance you can take to either help the company as well as the founder. So I think those balances make us a pretty good match for companies. We've essentially looked at Southeast Asia very, very intensely for the past 15 years, and now we're looking more at AI and AI infrastructure, which has naturally pushed us to North Asia and North America. So kind of we're looking forward to what's next, especially from Malaysia on the semiconductor and high-tech side.
And Bintang's strategy combines financial growth with impact and innovation. Adeline, why should a growth company choose an impact investor compared to a traditional private investor?
Yeah, so Bintang is relatively young, so I guess not as established as Rakuten and Sogobi. But I think for us is that so we are a growth stage investor, and I think one of the key proposition is that we want to actually back what we call the missing middle, because there are a lot of companies where they could be a bit too matured for example really early stage investors, VCs, but then they are also a little bit too early or small for some of the big PE guys. So I think where we are trying to fit in here is to really bridge this gap, right? So to really bring them, help them to improve, it could be in terms of governance, try to instill some discipline, and then really to bring them forward to a growth where, we can actually either we take them for IPO or basically to sell to another bigger, private equity guys, or also any other strategic players. So we actually, so we don't invest in many companies, right? So we actually, because we do the hands-on approach, we work with the founders, with management team, to build companies, to put in governance, really to prepare them for an exit. So I guess, why should they choose us? I mean, if you're talking to people like my other panelists here, of course, everyone has their own value add proposition that they can actually help the companies. For us, of course, I think probably one more a bit added value is really on the impact side. I think for us is we place a lot of emphasis on that, because I think ultimately we believe that it's all about discipline. It's all about governance, and I think a lot of investors, small to larger investors, they all look into this discipline governance. So what we are trying to do is really to build that fundamental, right? And I think we are also opening doors to bigger, I guess, investors in the future, because everything that we do, impact, ESG, is something that a lot of other PE guys will not look at you if you don't have this. So basically, we are actually widening a pool of investors that you can have access to, especially when they have ESG in the top of their mind or is part of their mandate.
So a good pitch helps, but it is only one part of the investment decision. So I guess investors look at a few basic questions. Is the problem important? Is the market large and reachable? Does the economics improve its scale, and so on? So to understand how each of you weighs these factors and what you place less and more emphasis on, we can start with Navin. So Gobi invests from early to growth stage. Across that spectrum, what are the 3 or 4 factors that carry the most weight in your decision?
I think you kind of answered it already. Market, product, team, and economics. But just gotta give it a bit more color. Market, the big question here, or would normally ask is, is what you're solving, important for the market, and is the market big enough? A lot of times people come with some great ideas, but the market is very small. It's like oh, we're doing this particular app for, I'm just throwing out there, for traffic summons. I'm throwing out there, I'm not saying in a particular company, traffic summons in the whole of Malaysia, but it's very small. Because for me to make my returns, I need literally a large market, a large upside. Problem, and then product. Does your product necessarily solve the market problem? And most importantly, and I think that people tend to forget about this, are people, our customers willing to pay, whoever your customers are. Third one is I'll do economics, right? So it's beyond just revenue and margins. There's a few other things as well. Retention, attrition, customer acquisition costs, payback period, so on and so forth. Essentially, I want to see a growing path towards efficiency and a growing path towards profitability. I think now, with what's happening in the world today, that's getting more and more important, especially for growth stage investors. I want to see a clearer path to profitability. Gone are the days when you're like, I'm going to build a great product, the market is huge, we'll make profit down the road 10 years from now. There's no more capital, very limited capital is going down that path. And that's the truth. And the fourth one is the team. And people tend to underestimate the team here, because the team determines the right to win, one part of the right to win. Why you? What's so special about you? Why this market? Do you have credibility in this market? We've seen great teams come together, and also the combination of the team as well. There's always going to be one or two people technically sound. There's also going to be the commercial person as well, and everything. And then you have the guy to pull, or the girl to pull everything all together. Yeah, that's basically the simplified version of what we look at. Was there another part of the question?
Yeah, but maybe for the market side itself, for a startup that is in Malaysia, which markets would you expect them to be, and would they already have to be there before you invest, or would they have to have a plan to invest there? How? Yeah,
that's a good question. There isn't a straightforward answer. If you are in, say, consumer business, I would naturally expect you to be in consumer markets. So the likes of Indonesia, maybe Thailand, Philippines, or beyond, right? Again, depends on the product you're selling. However, if saying you're B2B business, say you're doing HR tech, the logical space I would like to see expand to actually is probably Singapore. Why Singapore? A lot of regional vendor procurement decisions are made there. So it really depends what you're building. And sorry, the last point. Do I expect them to be there? I would expect them to at least try already, especially for growth. For the growth fund, you're already attempting. You've already talked to people. You've maybe gotten a couple of customers there, early customers there. Because the challenge here for a lot of ventures is they're great in their home country. The moment they go out, it's a different world altogether.
Good. And Semin, so Rakuten Capital is, Rakuten, how do you assess a company and balance its potential as a standalone business and the value it could bring to the entire Rakuten ecosystem?
Gotcha. We in many ways look at the Rakuten ecosystem as something that's tertiary, because we have so many businesses that we run that it's very easy for us to draw very good and productive synergistic lines. So putting that aside, we kind of look at three things persistently. Number one, we look at market timing. Is the company that's being built in relation to how the market is moving? So if you're telling me you're going to build a Gojek in 2026, that is less of a good timing than it was in 2014, right? Secondarily, we'll look at the founder and team, how the founder has actually built out a team that could win or adapt to market situations. A lot of times when a company goes from a Series A to a Series D, if you look at the success behind that, it's not really secret sauce. It's that these people have gone through a lot of bad times and they have massively mechanized and homogenized grit, right? Grit that enables them to actually go through the issues and actually get through and smooth out that path algorithmically. Number three, I guess, is in that point, where are you looking towards in the future? Are you solving, as the panels before me mentioned, a personable but also scalable solution and problem that gets into the monetization mechanism of things? So I think those three things make a lot of sense. Whether they need to be locally based or globally based, for us, it really doesn't matter. You could be in Cairo for all I care, but But if you can build a product that makes a lot of sense to us, I think it could be very, very interesting for us to add value and try to see where we can work together.
When you say market timing, would it also count to where the startup is from?
Not necessarily, again, because I'll give you a really interesting example. If you look at Singapore, what a lot of people don't notice is now it's becoming almost the next generation futures trading market of the world, specifically because of this company called Hyperliquid, right? Hyperliquid does a lot of perpetual futures contracts. It is now 20% of global's futures contracts. It's turning over $200 billion every single month, right? And this is out of a small country like Singapore, and most of its business that it's doing is actually global. So in this perspective, it really doesn't matter the locale. If you're able to, because you're a founder and a great team, address a global problem anywhere in the world, that becomes a very, very, very interesting business for us to work with.
And Adeline, so what are the main things you need to see before deciding to invest? And I think adding on a bit, how do you see, how does these companies have to show impact?
So I think even though we are growth stage, right? So whatever they just mentioned, obviously we have to look at it as well. But of course, the difference is that, of course, when you're early stage, you can probably make a bit mistake. You're growing money, you need to spend a bit money. But when you start going to the next stage, you have to be disciplined in terms of cash is very important, profitability, your unit economics, you need to ensure that, it's more for, growing the business. You really need to know that back of your hand. And I think one of the important thing that is, because when we're at the growth stage, right, then we are basically paving them for exit, right? Is basically, I think it's also on the team, right? You actually need to not only, because when you first invest in the early stage, basically you are really, really relying on the founders. But as you grow, you start building on your middle management team as well. Because end of the day, especially if your plan is to, really like exit fully together with us, then you need to have a plan in place for your middle management. Because a lot of these big guys, when they come in, they can take over, and then maybe, you can have like, 2-3 years, you can stay on as consultant, also contract basis. But end of the day, they will still look at, so when you're gone, right, who's going to manage the business? So it's very, very important for you to actually start planning for that middle management. And I think that's also where we come in as well. And I think on the impact side, when we look at things, I think it's really about, so it's not just about, I do CSR. So, I go to orphanages, I donate things, donate money. So that is more of like, I guess, a one-off thing. So basically, because to us, it's like, if one day, for whatever reason, the market's bad, your company's not doing well, what's the first thing you shut? It's basically like CSR, because you really can't afford to. So I think what we look at it is what is actually imputed into your business model. So for example, is your business something that you can actually create talent, create employment opportunities where, they couldn't get elsewhere, like for example, we actually invest in aged care. So, the business, is it a business where it actually gives opportunities for people to get, care services where, if not, they're unable to get it elsewhere. In terms of environment, it could be like a waste management company where, they help to do landfill. So it's actually part of the business model. So it's not something that, just ad hoc, like, I have time now, or I have a bit of extra resources, then I'm going to do something good.
So the impact itself needs to be a revenue generator.
Yes, of course. So be very clear. So we are not philanthropists. So basically, we do make money. So we have to ensure that whatever business is actually sustainable and it's also profitable as well.
Got it. And so when a founder comes to you, for open to all of you, so like when a founder comes to you, what do they normally underestimate and what do they normally overestimate? So going by the 4 things, market and team and market timing and all of that. So what do they normally place too much of a priority on?
What did they underestimate and what did they overestimate the pitch to us? Maybe Simi can add, but for me, they will overthink and overestimate the TAM, the market, the idea, the story, and the pitch deck. They spend a lot of time doing it. But they underestimate the importance of the economics behind it, the economics. A lot of time, great story gets in the door, but And they also underestimate how important is it to have your finances in check, especially when it comes to due diligence. Especially in the growth stage, growth stage investments tend to be between Series A and Series C, right? That window, and that's exactly the time when companies move from founder-based companies to more institutionalized companies. A lot of time they tend to neglect the financial stack. So when you go for due diligence, you try to, someone like me looks at it, I'm like, I can't reconcile the numbers, and it's horrible. And for me, if I struggle to reconcile, the harder it is for me to do my job, the harder it is for me to deploy. So I think that's my view, but maybe I don't know.
I don't know. I think in general, it's a funny thing, and it's a great question because investors on the venture capital side will actually bias themselves towards founders who underestimate the difficulties and overestimate the upsides in terms of how you look at it, because you want to be positive and optimistic. So I think those things are in tune to what happens. But again, the VCs there, when you actually build a relationship and a capital relationship, especially with the founders, you're there to help naturalize and localize a lot of those issues and those potential upsides together, right? And I think one thing that they underestimate as the company grows, especially, is they really, and this is consistent, a lot of founders will, and the teams will consistently actually be remiss on understanding that even a lot of core team members, they do not scale with the company. So a product manager or a VP who was great at the Series A is not at all right for a Series C or D company. It's one of these things where the growing pains are, the KIP is so high, the gap up, that you really need to think about really refreshing the team and management side to enable the company to actually have a chance at further success. I think that kind of human resource side of things, founders and management simply don't want to touch because it's the most qualitative and the most painful in many ways. So I think that underestimation and leaving it at that could potentially hobble the company for a long period of time, really destroying value. So I think I see that as a very, very big underestimation point of things, and what I would work with a lot with investors.
Yeah, totally agree. So I think, like I mentioned earlier, right? So building your next line is actually very important. And I think a lot of founders neglect that, to think that we are only looking at numbers. We are not only looking at numbers, we are basically looking at them. So basically all the time, we also diligence them indirectly, right? So we were actually, behind the scene, we're going to talk to people, you see how they manage, we talk to even their team, to see the working relationship, the culture. So I think that's actually very important, because the last thing you want is that, your business be growing well. Then after that, the next stage, you realize that, all your good team members are, they're just leaving, right? So that's why for us, like, very important when, when we talk about our impact strategy and things, one of the things is actually on the employees as well, how you actually reward them, motivate them. You make sure that there's an exit plan for them as well, right? When you exit, that's why, like, things like ESOP, ESOS is actually very important, because this actually motivates them for them to stay and grow with you, because ultimately you're not only just investing in people, you really are investing in people. So it's actually very important in terms of that. I think the other thing is also about, is one of the key thing to me is also about the valuation gap as well, that we always see. Because a lot of time the founders think that, last round I raised this amount, so this round I should be upping it or something like that, right? But I think you also need to understand when like people like growth investors coming in, right? You need to give some room as well, right? And I think it's for us to really build the business together. So it's not like today, you come in, you're going to find someone else who's going to take me out, or going to give me a super high valuation, and then but we are working together, going towards that direction. So indirectly, I think that's one thing that a lot of the founders, I think they really okay, I wouldn't say think short term, but they just wanted to, I should really make sure that I maximize my value now. But I think they should also think about in the long term as well, when you are going together with a growth stage investors.
All right. And going into Southeast Asia, so we are seen as a long-term growth market, but capital has been dry and very low compared to how it has been in 2021. So I think the question is not whether the region is only attractive, but whether there are strong companies emerging from your point of view. From Gobi's vantage point, where are you seeing the strongest opportunity now? And also, how do you assess Malaysia and in comparison with the rest of Southeast Asia?
I wouldn't say capital is necessarily dry. I mean, yes, it's a lot lesser, tapered down than it was in 2021. But there's another trend that's also happening. Capital is moving towards later stage because a lot of times, I mean, at least all of us here, we have to some extent LPs, right? For me, my LPs are saying, hey, de-risk, go more, take safer bets, you know, deploy when companies show a bit more proof in the pudding. That's basically it. But it will move. It will always swing back and forth over time. So that's that. Where we're seeing opportunities, hard to really answer that because it depends on country by country. I mean, like for example, in Indonesia, you have your consumer and financial plays still quite big there. However, Indonesia is going through a bit of a turbulent time. If you want to play in that market, you could potentially get a good deal out of it at this point. Thailand, again, interesting consumer, healthcare, financial play as well, quite a big market. Vietnam is interesting. Vietnam, strong STEM talent, a lot of government support, strong manufacturing base, and the founders are getting more and more sophisticated in Vietnam. So you potentially can see a bit more sophisticated tech coming out of Vietnam as well. Singapore, we see Capital Central. A lot of your regional corporates are based there, headquartered there, so you tend to see more B2B business coming out of there as well. Malaysia has a nice balance of everything. Infrastructure, we got a strong corporate base, strong talent pool, engineering talent pool. We've historically been good in semiconductors, manufacturing. But the problem is that we are not seeing enough, with all these benefits, we're not seeing enough transitions towards venture success yet. It's coming through, but not enough. It should be more, right? Another thing is a lot of the companies that seem to be coming out right now, what we're seeing is they're still very focused on very small markets like Malaysia. Malaysia is not big. I mean, as much as I like to think Malaysia is huge, it's actually quite a small market compared to the wider ASEAN. But then there's challenges expanding. So I don't know if that answers the question, but there are opportunities. Just maybe for Malaysia, to put it on the brighter side of things, maybe Malaysia where we're seeing opportunities, clearly semiconductor. We are very active in semiconductor with at least 3 deals right now in semiconductor in the past 12 months. 12, 18 months. Of course, AI, we're seeing more and more of that now. And healthcare. I think healthcare and senior care are big, bright spots right now in Malaysia.
What do you want to see from the startups in Malaysia to be doing before you invest, whether they before they go to the growth stage?
From early to growth?
Yeah.
Oh, well, try to get more traction. I mean, the real distinction here is it's not just size; it's also metrics, right? You can have high revenue growth, but then your margins and your retention is poor. So you have to work in everything in tangent, right? Because it's all in. You want to show strong revenue growth, which shows okay, people are willing to pay. But then you want your retention to be as low as possible because you want people to keep coming back. High as possible. You want people to keep coming back. And on top of it, you want to grow at a very cost-effective manner. So your CAC or your CAPEX spend should be as minimal as possible. So it's a combination of a few things. I mean, I'm not giving the full answer, but the point here is from early stage to growth, I want to see more efficiency in your growth while growing.
Okay. And Semin, so you invest in from Singapore, and how do you compare Southeast Asian opportunities with Japan, Korea, China, and other markets? And what would you say Southeast Asia's some of the bright spots in the region, and where does Malaysia stand for you?
Gotcha. If you look at this macroeconomically, we saw a lot more liquidity flowing into Southeast Asia pre-COVID. And it's not because COVID happened and then the liquidity dried up. It's more proportionate to developed market interest rates that actually drove the liquidity into developing and emerging markets like Southeast Asia. Right now, all of that liquidity has been pulled back and pushed into, because of semiconductors and AI, even more so into developed markets. If you look at Taiwan and Korea, just by an example, their market cap of stock markets have doubled in the past, 14 months, right? It's basically like Dogecoin in terms of how much the actual market has actually accepted capital inflow. That capital is not very transient for the time being, and that capital hence will not really flow back into Southeast Asia. So to put a long story short, the capital that we viewed pre-COVID will not really come back to Singapore anytime soon. But what we do have is massive resiliency and macro trends like the aforementioned semiconductors that can be very, very bullish for markets like Malaysia. If you look at it in a long trend, there are very few semiconductor hubs that are equal to that of Malaysia. And that is a very, very interesting thing because now you can add policy-driven initiatives. You can add actual FDI to actually further buttress that overall flow of things. Now, compare that to Singapore. Singapore, as mentioned before, is still a financial transaction hub, a fintech hub. There's some great R&D happening there. But on the AI side, of course, because of power constraints, Singapore will naturally rely on the territories of Malaysia a lot more. And I think that's a very virtuous cycle. That's a very salubrious thing that could happen in the ecosystem. I think going forward, as you see more and more AI companies prop up, a lot of these industries, specifically in Southeast Asia, you'll see a lot of cave-ins in verticals such as the services sector, but also you'll see a lot of massive innovation happening with automation and things like robotics actually taking this, starting to take shape specifically in the region. I think one thing that could potentially be a great green shoot for Malaysia and different emerging markets is looking at computational biology and where it lies in the supply chain of things. If you look at things like, oh, we will develop the next cancer vaccine for the next 5 to 6 years in 1 year, the biggest data point that's missing is causal real-time data across biology and chemistry. And a lot of that stuff is actually being taken away by China. China's doing a great job in developing biosimilitude platforms and developing drugs at an accelerated rate. These things can be very, very well copied into Southeast Asia and could actually align very big upside. So I think those aspects are very interesting for us, and we continue to look at Southeast Asia deeply in that manner.
Thanks. And for Adeline, how do you assess Southeast Asia and Malaysia again? But also, like in terms of impact, how does it work when a company from Malaysia wants to expand across the region? Is there any challenges that you see from that?
So I think even like in the previous speaker section, I think they spoke a bit about challenges in the VC space, especially in Indonesia and also in Vietnam, right? I'm going to be a bit more biased, right? So basically, I think for us is usually, I think obviously because we are here in Malaysia, obviously we want to support more Malaysian companies. And of course, Singapore is the one that makes sense because they are neighboring countries in terms of culture, business, people is actually quite similar to Malaysia. And I think in Malaysia, there's really a lot of potential. Of course, like for example, if you're talking about anything to do with E&E, manufacturing, semicon, obviously, for Malaysia, it's like we've been here for more than 50 years now, expertise been here. And of course, upcoming is basically Vietnam. But of course, it takes time for them to actually build to the kind of level they have as compared to Malaysia. And I think, you can say that, why should people come to Malaysia instead of Vietnam or Indonesia? It's cheaper to actually build a plant there. Workers are actually cheaper. But end of the day, I think it's not about just having this quantity of workers, right? It's also about talking about quality, the technical skills. And I think here in Malaysia, we have, because we have actually built like for the last 50 years, right? And if not why, we have our semiconductor industry is actually booming. So I think in that sense, I feel that Malaysia do have a lot of opportunities, and we do see, and not only, I guess, in terms of manufacturing, in terms of the other business industries as well. I think for us, we are a little bit more impact focused, and you mentioned how do we bring these companies scaling globally. I don't think it's anything to do with whether it's impact focused business. It's just a matter of how they actually able to scale, globally or regionally, right? I think the key is, to me, is basically is still the fundamental of the business, right? Are they having the right business, the right team, the right product to basically scale it? Not so much about, I actually I'm impactful business. But of course, end of the day, of course, if you have compliance, like for example, with all this ESG, of course, it makes things easier, right? If you're a manufacturing company, you want to export your products. You know, if you want to export, especially, you know, you're talking about to US, or I think they place a lot of emphasis on this type of stuff, right? How do you actually treat your workers? You know, are you in compliance? You know, I always like to take an example where, you know, a lot of people think like, oh, you know, I'm going to save costs by, if I say I'm manufacturing, I save costs by maybe I put like, you know, 50 workers in one dorm, you know. But ultimately, I think end of the day is, yes, in the short term, you may be actually saving money, but in the long run, what if, you know, a lot of people, especially your manufacturing, they're going to come and do audit. And when they come audit and then they look at the conditions that, you know, your workers are staying in. And then, you know, there are a lot of, you know, companies got sanctioned where, you know, because when they're audited, then they realize that, oh, you know, you're not following the necessary, you know, regulation, you know, that. So I think that is actually very important. So not so much about, you know, that's about impact, but it's more about as a whole governance, for example.
Got it. So, like going back to when I started the panel, so we spoke about the value proposition that each of you brings to the founders. So maybe we can go into what the founders can come to you for. What when they come to you, what are you looking for, and which stage should they be at? So, for example, what helps a portfolio company succeed, and what can you contribute at that point?
What makes a so this is post investment, right?
Yeah.
So post investment. Oh, so okay. So what drives the success of portfolio companies? Actually, not so much of what we help. We definitely help, but just to kind of just nail it down, the essence. I think this ties back to what Simon and Alan was saying. It's the founder, the team, and the ability to move quickly and learn and adapt quickly, because we tend, you know, it's wrong. It's silly to think that they will get it right the first time. They're gonna hit walls, pitfalls, whatever it is. It's how they move and how fast they learn and adapt. That's, I think, the strongest element that would determine whether they're successful or not. Of course, because the business model needs to be adapted over time, right? And then once they become our portfolio companies, what do we tend to help with? Well, one of the simplest one is we do a lot of customer referrals, especially if you're a B2B business, we help you. Or partner referrals, if you want to expand a certain market, we have a network in all the markets we operate in. We've done so in the semicon space, in healthcare, you name it, we've done it. We help a lot with hiring, especially, for example, you're a Malaysian company, you want to expand into Vietnam. You may know a couple of people there, but you don't know who's the right person. We can help you find the right person there. We can help you perhaps maneuver, you know, with some support from our partners there, regulatory challenges as well, capital movement, for example. And of course, governance given. I think generally most VC firms or PE firms will help improving governance and reporting. But most importantly, we help you also support you on the next fundraise as well down the road. I think that's, people tend to forget, it's not really a one fundraise and then you stop there. It's a journey along the way. So when we work with our investee companies, we like to think that we're not here for just one deal. We're here for the next 5 to 10 years, depending what stage you're at.
Emin?
I think in line with that content, what we can be is your eternal optimist, but also your short pessimist in terms of how you're doing things potentially less optimally and how you can quickly adapt and change the situation. One thing that we do, and this is in relation to what I mentioned before, is how do you build the right relationship with the founder so that there's enough trust where he will listen to things where he or she would not want to listen to before. Hey, this thing isn't working out, you need to change. And how do you build a relationship enough that that actually is taken to heart? Because the venture capitalist, for better or for worse, is the benefactor of massive pattern matching data, right? We We drink from the fire hose. We sit on 17 different boards. We understand essentially when things go wrong. We understand there's a pattern and the rhyme and reason for these things. So if we can build a relationship with the founder that we want to be invested in, then we have a good chance of being a really, really good team. What we want to be cognizant about is not overstepping our bounds. That's always a fuzzy, fuzzy line because a lot of times they become so comfortable with us that they actually want us to somehow take on the proxy responsibility of making bigger and bigger decisions. We try to actually balance that out, and in the end, we all make it work together. But I think that relationship building activity is a skill set that we can help the founder become better at, right? So when you put that into a package, I think we deliver a good human resource experience at the C-suite level that they can utilize to scale the company better.
Yeah, so I think basically for us, I think we do whatever they just mentioned, right? I think to me, most important thing is to know when we actually, when we invest, it's basically we're entering to a marriage per se, right? So I think ultimately it's really the working relationship. And even you look for investors, the most important thing is that you have to ensure that when there's an issue, you know that you have someone to call and that someone will actually pick up your call, right? So I think that's where we are. And of course, when we are negotiating terms, of course, we are always on the opposite side of the table. But I think once we're invested, we are on the same side of the table. And so basically we are there to basically go with you to really face all these challenges. I think that's the most important thing for founders as well, right? Because like I mentioned, it's in marriage and you want to have a sounding board, for example. So I think we are there. I mean, aside from all the, helping you to talk about governance, talk about opening doors, I think that's probably given, I think that you're expected for either a venture cap or a PE, right? So I think these other things, the relationship, someone you can rely on, I think that's to me is actually quite important. And I think the other thing is also to really from day one, we will actually help to prepare you to talking about going for exit, right? Because going for exit is not like, I feel I think we are ready to exit in say 6 months time. It doesn't work that way. It takes a very long time to actually go towards that. Could be the restructuring internally. You have to do corporate restructuring. You have to talking about your market positioning. So there are little things that you have to do. It's not something that you can do it overnight. So that's where we are. That's why we're there to basically help you to, I guess, walk the whole through.
Okay, a quick question for all of you. If a founder plans to approach you 6 months from now, what must they do today?
Wow. Would you like to take it first? Just to shake it up a bit because the flow has been this way.
Sure, I'll take it this time. I think the most important thing is you have to realize that you're no longer running, you're not the only shareholder. So you have to be very prepared that, when you have a new investors, especially institutional investors, right? There are a lot of expectations as well, right? Nothing is, for free per se, right? So you have to be prepared that, number one is it's not so much about, just selling a business, but you also must know where are you heading to, because I think we see a lot of times that, they just keep selling about now, but they don't see the long-term vision. And so I think it's not so much about just numbers. And I think it's really about how you can actually work together with the investors moving towards that exit path. And the other thing is really to there's a lot of things to really prepare, like I mentioned earlier on, right? So a lot of people, they don't realize that we're not only diligence numbers, but we're also diligencing people. So, and I think for us, like we like upfront founders, so do not hide. Last thing you want is after we agree everything and then we go to due diligence and we find a lot of things and we found out that you never actually disclose. I think that is really a red flag. Not so much about that issue is a red flag, but it's a red flag because you didn't highlight. So I think a lot of things is you need to be very open about things. Sometimes even if there's an issue, it's not necessary it's a deal breaker. I think we just have to look at it and basically see whether it's something that we can overcome it and maybe we can work together post investment to actually solve it.
I think if you were to augment this question is, before even 6 months passes, just like a VC wants to build a relationship with a founder, the founder has to be willing to build a relationship based on the fact that, oh, this investor is actually someone who I want to interact with because their expertise and experience is a good match with me. Once you understood that filter, then you should actually discuss and actually have a good conversation long form with the investor throughout those 6 months about the industry that they like together, about the vertical that they want to actually look at together. These things come together in a confluence, right? Just like you have a business partnership relationship that forms over a long cycle, you want to build the capital relationship in that manner. So for example, if it was T0, month 0, then I say, I'm going to do X, Y, Z. And in month 6, as you continue that discussion point, you talk about the progress that you've made, the hard things that you've had. Try to build an empathetic transactional bond with the investor, because that's where you start to understand that, oh, capital is just not about capital. Capital is about relationships, the discussions. An upside from an investor can come as much more as an insight than that of a financial upside or a markup. So think about that as a long-term relationship and be ready to build out those relationships as you like or as you desire.
Yeah, I think adding on to Simon's point, I agree that 1000%. Don't wait until the last minute to start talking to investors. I think it takes a while. Number one, when you talk to investors, they themselves will tell you what they really, really want or want to see from you. And you may also realize that maybe, I don't know, Gobi Partners doesn't like to invest in specific sectors, which you might be trying to raise. So you don't waste time down the road raising from the wrong investors. And over time, when you build a relationship, because they know you, they trust you more, they tend to take end of the day, venture capital investing is to some extent a bet. To some extent, it's an educated bet. When I know the founder, when I'm closer to the founder and I know how he operates, I know what he likes, what he doesn't like, how he sees things, and it resonates with me, I'm more likely to then take that bet. As much as the business is good as much. So I think, yeah, coming back to Jamie's point, start early, network, start talking to people. When the time comes, you can pull the trigger and say, hey, I'm in the market right now, let's chat. And it's a lot easier conversation than reaching out cold 6 months down the line.
All right, thank you. And looks like the time is up. So thank you, everyone, and thank you.
Thank you to our investment panelists for sharing such crucial commercial criteria. May I request our moderator and panelists to remain on stage. To present a token of appreciation, please welcome Muhundred Kamarapulai, Chief Digital Officer, to step on stage. Thank you, Mr. Muhu, and thank you for our panelists and our moderator for today. You may take your seats. Quick favor before we jump ahead, give that QR code on the screen a quick scan and share your thoughts on today's session. We would love to know what resonated with you today. We now proceed to our second 60-minute morning panel forum, Building Malaysian Champions for the World. This session features successful founders, corporate integrators, and export leaders discussing how local innovation can expand across regional and global markets, navigate international regulatory standards, and build resilient global customer bases. All right. Moderating this session is Frida Liu, fellow Talent Corporation Malaysia Berhad, with over 20 years of experience as a dynamic business communicator, moderator, and author. Joining her on stage, our growth leaders, Fadhi Ghazali, Chairman Funnel Evo, an entrepreneur and business speaker. He focuses on marketing, sales, and organizational growth for startups. Following him, Roy Chin, Executive Chairman, Vista Robotics, United States of America, with 37 years of experience in medical device and surgical technology. Last but not least, Dato' Fong Swee Kiang, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, SkyChip. Alrighty. With that said, before we begin, don't forget to submit your questions on the live panel, the live Q&A session on screen throughout the session today. And Frida Liu, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Very exciting session today. You will have lots of questions, I'm very sure. If I don't go through all of mine, do scan the QR code. And what I'll do is, I know we always say we save the questions to the end. Maybe what I'll do is intersperse that in between so that everyone gets involved. So what I'm really excited about today's session is because here we've got champions who have built businesses across the world. We're not Jago Kampong, this is Jago, the world. And we're gonna hear about them and what they've done to go around, to have expanded. And maybe you haven't heard of them because of largely in the B2B space, right? And I love these stories in the B2B space because we're always so used to the B2C space, but to see what's going on behind the scenes and what they're doing to capture the world. Now, just before I start, right? I wanted to ask you all to raise your hands, so to get you all get the blood flowing, right? How many of you believe Malaysia already has the ingredients to produce globally competitive companies? Show of hands if you already believe that. Okay, so the rest don't believe we have it. Okay, so maybe after this conversation, you believe that you do have it, right? How many think we are still missing something fundamental? Okay, missing something fundamental. Bring that up in later on in the Q&A. What do you think the fundamentals are? And if these are not addressed. So I'm going to start off with just getting them to introduce a little bit about themselves and their company. I'm going to start on the other end with Fadhi, who is from Kelantan. Okay, so and a little bit about his company.
Right, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, everybody. My name is Muhammad Fahdi Muhammad Ghazali. I'm from Kelantan. I'm the chairman of Funnel Evo Group. We do AI solution consulting, and we also focusing on educate people on TVET, especially on digital. Yep.
And of course, we'll talk. And your business, of course, is targeted towards SMEs, and your presence is in over 20 countries.
Yep.
Right. Next gentleman we have here, a proud Malacca boy, but has been overseas for a long time. Tell us a bit about yourself, Roy.
Good morning. My name is Roy Chin. I was born and raised in Malacca, but I left Malacca in 1983 to US to do my university, and then have been in the medtech world for 38 years. And I've launched 16 FDA products on the market, probably serving about 100 million patients worldwide in 60 countries. So that has been my passion, and I'm still holding a Malaysian passport for the reason that about a year and a half ago, when Prime Minister delivered me the Lifetime Achievement Award, because I want to bring the knowledge back to Malaysia to help Malaysian innovate product in Malaysia to sell it globally. So that is my intention, and that's one of my objectives here for the last couple of years, involving with the Malaysian team.
Thank you, Roy. Dato Penang.
Yeah, hi. Good morning, everyone. I'm SK Fong from Penang. So I founded Skychip in 2019, and we got listed on May 20th of 2026, right? So when we, thank you. So when we started Skychip, I'm not going out alone. Basically, a team of us, we started Skychip with about 30 people, and they're expert in each of the design functions, right? Fast forward, now our customer base span across China, US, Korea, and going to be Japan, right? And then at the same time, 95% of our revenue are earned from offshore, right? Glad to be here. Listen to Roy and Fahi. So looking forward to the learning and sharing.
All right, thank you. Maybe I'll start with you, Dato. So what you've done, I guess, from 2019 is that, you've had to compete and win outside Malaysia's home market, a step most Malaysian companies never take. Was that, coming from that semicon space and all that, what was the strategic decision that mattered most in opening international markets? Or was it a very natural thing because of the space you're in already? And what would have happened to the business if you delayed it? Or is that just the very nature of the semicon industry?
Right, thanks for the question. Due to us, playing at a global level is not anything new to us because we have been working in MNC, designing the same type of products as our peers in Silicon Valley, right? So it's not a surprise to us. So when we decide to form Skychip, we see three things aligned, which we are very confident that it's going to be a good time to start up Skychip, right? The first one is the super AI cycle just begin. So that provided the market, right? And the secondly is our team has mastered the technology that's related and can enable the super AI cycle, right? The second one. And the third one is that we have the market, right? So the timing is good, where we are at the beginning of super AI cycle, and we have the talent, so the people are there. And the third one is we do have the market because when we have the deglobalization of the semiconductor industry, the market opportunity exploded because everyone want to have their own solutions. So we, as Malaysian supplier, a neutral country, can see the market open to us, right? So I cannot ask for a better time to start up Skychip.
Roy, yours is very interesting. Did you do corporate before you became an entrepreneur and all that? Maybe you can share a little bit about your 40+ years story.
When I finished my undergrad in electrical engineering, I wanted to become a doctor, but my parents cannot afford me, and I said, okay, let's drive to California, let's find a next job, and I found a medical device technology that really excites me because that's the first time I'm exposed to minimally invasive surgery. So in 1989, as a young 23-year-old person, I developed the first brushless DC motor technology to do arthroscopic and endoscopic knee and shoulder surgery. So that was the beginning of my career.
And we'll get more into that. Fadi, your story from Kelantan, how did you get started?
So when I was in, I started business in Kelantan, but then the problem with Kelantan is basically we don't have access to, at that point of time, we don't have access to education, proper education to do business, So I study a lot in, using internet, especially digital marketing side. So from that knowledge, I sell to, because at that moment, I cannot sell it to Malaysian because we don't own debit cards, credit cards, at that point of time. So I sell outside of Malaysia to US, UK, Canada, Australia, because they have Visa and MasterCard, all right? So that's how I begin. And then after that, I start to do coaching, consulting for SMEs. Because, in Kelantan, they don't want to go outside Kelantan. they want to stay in Kelantan. So that's how I start doing consulting business. Then after that, I identify, because after we already coach and consult about 300,000 SMEs, we find that they have a problem at efficiencies, doing something regarding like marketing, sales, HR, and also finance. So that's why we develop our solution after that, using AI and everything to supercharge them and grow them after that. Yep.
So from the get-go, you were thinking of a solution that was a problem for SMEs around the world.
Yep.
Okay. And coming then after that, and you were already thinking overseas, or just by default that your solutions just work overseas?
Okay. There's one time when I want to start a company in Singapore, Funny Evo Private Limited Singapore. I asked my partners over there, Faz. He's a Singaporean. I asked Faz, if we Malaysian, we have 30 million, people. If we want to start a business in Malaysia, of course, we're going to sell it to, our people. But you in Singapore, you only have few millions. How can you grow your company? And Faz said at that moment, we Singaporean, the moment we start a company, we think global. So that very moment, triggers me. That's how Singaporean, grow their company. So we need to start with the right mindset first. Founders, the CEO, start with the right mindset. The right mindset is definitely go global for me, because like we already, talked before we come on stage.
We had a lecture earlier
on. All right. Roy said, you need to think exit first and then start, backwards,
Right. You had to think exit. And okay, on that note, we had a mini masterclass in the room earlier. Roy, perhaps you can share a little bit about this thinking about exit upon starting.
So, I have several exits in my career, and I started off my career as a young engineer for 9 years. And I'm sure one of my products or some of my products have been operated on your family, yourself in this room. I'm quite confident about that. And then, so I think when you start a company, I always think, is it what make the products different? Would doctor use it at what cost? And would FDA approve it without difficulty, right? And then you always have your own customer at the end. But I think starting a company, you only think about two things. Is the company fundable? Will people really believe in your idea? Number two, the company must be acquirable, or there must be an exit, or else you will not be able to go to the next step easily. If any entrepreneur started projects at the beginning, let's go funding. Let's make it fundable. Think about exit. That is already wasted years and years of effort.
Anything to add to that, Dato'?
So for us, learn a lot from Roy's experience, right, sharing. For me, I think I just added some colors to when we started Skychip, right? So we know that with the AI and also high performance computing, there's certain technologies that definitely relevant to that industry, right? So we ask ourselves, do we have the technology that's relevant and can we win, right? So once we determine that our technology will allow us to ride the super AI wave, and then our technology is competitive enough to have the differentiations, we go all in, right? Because not only I have to convince myself, but I also need to convince the 30 engineers who are holding $500,000 pay a year or $1 million ringgit of pay a year to give up that comfortable positions and to come out. So I treat them like the first batch of investor, right? They themselves invest their career, they themselves invest their livelihood on this company. So I need to convince myself, I need to convince them, right? But one point I add is that even though we talk about AI super cycle, right? We need to know that we should ride the wave, but not to chase the wave, right? What I meant is that you need to have something relevant and then grow on that, right? Instead of trying to transform yourself and chase to make yourself a player, right? A simple example, the richest man in Taiwan, he's not delivering any chips to the super AI cycle, but his company is called King Slide, where he's actually supplying the slide for the data center, and that make him the richest man in Taiwan, right? So that's example of how he ride the wave instead of chasing the wave. Right?
Okay, interesting perspective. I still with you, Dato. Every company that scales globally discovers gaps it didn't know it had, right? Whether in talent, capital, technology, or credibility with international customers. Of course, you have a track record and your business now, Singapore and China, Vietnam, right? Was there anything that caught you off guard, as you start your own, and how did you close it?
I think that's the reason why we need Roy to be back. Right? So one of the surprises I saw is that even though our engineers, even the co-founder, right, of the 30 co-founder of Skychips, they are very strong in terms of technical ability. But when it comes to networking into ecosystem, business acumen, I found that it's typically lacking among the engineers, right? So this is one, I'm lucky enough because I have 3 companies. I work for 3 companies. The first company was Intel, where I deepened my technology knowledge. Then the second company was Altera, where I was exposed to the real world because everything in Intel is self-sufficient, right? But when I joined Altera, I started to see, I need supplier, I need foundry, I need software tools, right? And then when I joined Broadcom, I was very fortunate to learn under Hock Tan, where he is a master in running the global operations, right? And also a master in really maintaining and building a business. So, but not every engineer who want to be entrepreneur have my opportunity. So I think this is one of the supplies that I see. And the entrepreneur, the techno entrepreneur need to be aware of that and seek mentor or some consultant, right?
Right. Roy, you were sharing with us the 5 ingredients that are a multiplier effect, right? Maybe we can go through that.
Well, throughout my experience,
Fadi already opening his notebook.
Yeah. Already jot
throughout my long journey of my experience from difficult solutions to a global reach of all these products, I find that Malaysia is in the very sweet spot now. Maybe 5 years ago, they were in this category. I think our manufacturing is so strong. Everybody know about Malaysia is good in manufacturing. But to me, there's the difference between world-class product and world-class company. Because world-class company, you need to own the technology. So to that sense, to build a world champion, to make Malaysian company to become a world champion, we need 5 critical things. Number 1, intellectual property, right? If you do not create a company with the ideas of filing patents after another that protect your company, to let other company to design around your idea, or rather than design for, then you are going to be falling behind in several years. Number 2, product roadmap. Clearly, that's very critical. If you look at the suppliers, manufacturing, we give them a specification, they make it for you at a cost. That's low cost value. But if you have a product roadmap of your own, you take the idea from a surgeon or you create your idea on your own, that is your product roadmap that you can control yourself, whether it's through engineering, and creating a barrier to entry by other competitors. Number three, regulatory. Regulatory, it may happen in a non-medical world as well, but to me, that's very important. I really think that if we think about FDA submissions, all this risk management, all the design control, those is not administrative paperwork. Those are actually assets to the company. Number four, data. It seems, simple four-letter word, but if you are in the surgical robotic like I do, the data is really important. Instead of creating a data using, let the other country to control the data. Let's say that Malaysia has manufacturing for Boston Scientific now. Who owns the assets? Boston Scientific in the US, not Malaysia, but we need to change that. And number five, customer reach, customer relationship. You want to control your purchase order. You want to control and have the customer relationship because those are value. When you have a new product introduction, you go to your first customer. The customer said, Roy, that is awesome. Your team have done a beautiful job. Then now you can go to the second customer. Now you can go to the third one, fourth one, and subsequently you create the market adoption. So these are five critical things, and they are all multiplication. One of these cannot be missed. If one of those is 0 or 1 or 2, you have a low score of world champion.
I'm sure you've spoken to a couple in the medtech space, right? But just generally, what do you think we're lacking?
Well, I think in Malaysia, we talk about what we should do in the 5 areas, but we also should be thinking about what we should stop doing.
Okay.
Right? So number one, the innovation should not be measured by number of programs, number of grants, number of, whatever in this country. It should be measured by how many products you can go globally. What you design for high-skilled workers. Number of patents being issued in this country. Look at the last number I heard from somebody, I think our Minister of Science, we rank number 34 in innovations. We should be in the top 20, right? So, and then we rank number 67 in innovative, in patent filing globally. I myself filed 21 patents this year. So I believe that we should not kid ourselves about number of grants, number of that in this country. We should stop doing that. Number two, that we should stop doing. Think about, I think we get stuck ourselves into a low-cost manufacturing sector. We should have a mindset of creating products of our own. And recently, even though we are we are a US-owned company, about 4 months ago, I make a very unusual initiative to register the wholly owned subsidiary of my Visa Robotics US to Visa Robotics Sendirian Berhad. I really want to try this effort. If I'm able to transfer all my intellectual property, all the manufacturing know-how, and use Vista Robotics as the catalyst to create medtech innovation, design and made in Malaysia for the world, it could be a good start. And that's number two. Number three, things that we should stop doing is the ownership mindset is not doing about everything. To me, the ownership is, we should think like we use global capital. If Malaysian investors do not invest because they don't understand what we do, use global fund, global talent. If Malaysia have no talent, which I really doubt because Malaysian have talents. That is the conclusion. Malaysia have talented people. We can use global talent. We can use global partner. We can use global channels. But I really think that we should stop thinking about that we do not know how to make our projects become our ownership. We should. These three are really, really important to me.
Thank you. What about you? Anything to add on what we should stop doing, Dato'?
I think the key thing, stop doing by winning through low cost, right? If we continue to compete at cost, instead of compete with your patents, when you go and see a customer, I think you're always at that negative spiral, right? Today, in the past, Malaysia used to compete maybe with Singapore, with Vietnam and Indonesia, Thailand, right? And even China. But if you look today, China is already graduated, right, to the next level, right? And now we have to find another competitor to compete, another low-cost geography to compete. That is actually not something that will help to elevate our standard of living and also to elevate the appreciation for good engineering, right? So we should stop competing on cost, but go forward to compete with innovations, with your patents. Right?
I know Skychip also has a number of patents as well.
Yeah, we have 100 plus patents that we filed in the last 5 years, yeah,
Right.
across China, US, and Malaysia.
Okay. Fadi, anything you feel like, doing business and that, what we should stop doing?
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I believe we should stop wasting our time. Yeah, because when AI emerged, everything is like on restart mode. So big company, small company, everybody is at the same, starting line. So if I can say this huge company like Salesforce, Zoho, billions-dollar company, all of these companies basically now they are in the I would say confused stage because they already developed something and suddenly AI, they cannot like simply put AI inside their
Right.
whatever they already built.
Okay.
So I believe, yeah, now is the right timing for us to go all in, especially if in AI sector, all in, no turning back, right? And I believe we can be a global champion.
Right. Okay. And also just while we're here, you talk about AI, and this is a question maybe Fadi or Dato' can. AI may scale different levels, different frontiers, or of course Roy as well. How well will the chip industry navigate to those frontiers? Should the local market has limitations? Seems like your kind of your question for you, Dato'.
Okay. I think AI is touching every aspect of life, not only a semiconductor, but the good thing is semiconductor is a backbone of AI, right? So one thing good about Malaysia is that we are actually a pioneer in semiconductor industry, where we have been doing semiconductor type of activities for the last 50 years. Imagine when Intel, AMD, and so on came to Malaysia, they are only 3 years old. They started in 1968 and they came to Malaysia in 1972, right? So that was how early we involved in a semiconductor, right? So now I think we have to look at how are we going to use our base to ride the wave of the AI super cycle. And it don't have to be just chip design. We are in the semiconductor industry, we actually involved in many aspects. Remember the King slide story, right? So everything we do, if it touches semiconductors, there's opportunity for us to really ride the wave of super AI, right? And of course, we use AI to do IC design and to automate our factory and so on, but that's application of AI.
Right. I have a thought here, and your view. You talk about riding the wave, but also at the same time, should we also be looking at the blue oceans, blue ocean strategy, where we create new markets and new opportunities? And this is open to everyone. Your thoughts around that? There's two schools of thought. Anybody like to share?
I've created so many medical technology to the world, and every project starts from napkin stage. Nothing that I have to be a reference. So everything is from scratch. Everything is a brand new idea, and difficult ideas, ideas that you need to convince the users. So those are very, very challenging to do, but that's really what I love to do. And when we fail, we go home and cry for one day, come back strong again next day, right? But I think as an innovator, that's what we have to have. We need to have ambitious founders in this country. Founders that are willing to fail, but have to fail fast.
This is a question here from Anonymous. Okay, on the topic of scaling and designing for global markets rather than local, have any of you encountered issues or needs from global markets which are different from the local Southeast Asia market? And how do you build and operate for multiple markets in an effective way? I'll start with Fadi because I know you're talking about differences. Yeah.
Okay, I believe. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. When we want to scale our business, always start with the problem first. Because if we talk about country first, let's say we talk just now, right? Klang Valley and Kelantan is two different, culture altogether. Tawau and KK, even though it's in Sabah, is different, So if we talk about expansion, if we have so many different things we need to think, it might be difficult. But for me, problem is always the same.
Okay.
Like Roy, like Dato. I believe start with problem first. And then if we have one big problem, go and specific, go the problem itself, we need to be specific enough so that we can develop a product that solve the problem. And I believe after that, we need to, make sure we deploy it fast enough so that we can reach global scale.
Right.
Yeah.
Roy, your thoughts?
I always do things starting with the global market first. So what I call it locally designed, locally validated but globally designed, right? So to us, it's very important because FDA for MedTech set the standards. Once you have FDA, Malaysia MDA will be granted in 28 days according to Dr. Murali Turan. And that helped. And then with Malaysia approval, we go to Singapore. With Singapore approval, you go to Australia. And now Malaysia approval, you go to China. So that helped our global reach a lot faster than what I used to do in the last 10 to 20, 30 years. So I really think that if you design a product with a global mindset, that's very easy to earn the first customer, so on with the second and third and fourth.
So you thought benchmark, you use FDA as the first one because with FDA, that opens you to a lot more markets.
Yes, and I've been talking to a few researchers, the last 2 days. Their mindset is they have very good products from university or from individually, but they never filed their patent. They don't protect themselves. That's one thing. Number two, they think about Malaysia market. They think about ASEAN market. That is a totally different approach. I would not go for that. And that idea will not be fundable, definitely not acquirable. So it doesn't meet my criteria.
Okay, so those are your benchmarks. Okay, what about you, Dato?
Okay, so I fully agree with what Roy said. Even if I'm the investor, right? if I see an entrepreneur coming to me saying that I'm going to design this for Malaysian market, I will not put my money on him, because really, when we want to compete, we have to have the world global as a target. And once we solve the problem at a global level, it's not too difficult to optimize it for regional needs, right? Sometimes you don't even have to optimize it. It's the scale will allow us to actually offer it at a very cost-effective manner instead of customize and become expensive, right?
I want to ask this as you're growing globally as well. Maybe I'll start with you, Fadi, the youngest kid on the block. You know, what have been an expensive or painful lesson for you in this, you know, this want to grow globally? Yeah.
Painful lesson.
Learning moment.
Yeah,
as
yeah.
we say.
Okay, the first is, I believe, creating a product or service that fit to all global markets. That is the first thing first. Because when we want to create a product, of course, we will hire talent from Malaysia. Okay? But the problem is, our talent is not being exposed to international level, you know, globally, you know, market. So that is the challenge. So we need to bring them outside, you know, to study, you know, to know the market first, and then come back. That process is basically, you know, takes time. If we we take longer time, we will, you know, lose market. If we want to go fast enough, we will burn a lot of cash. So that is the challenge we are facing. So we need to balance between, you know, cash, you know, talent, everything. So if you ask me what is the challenge, that is basically if we want to build a global, you know, level.
So that's still okay. A current headache, lah. Okay.
Current headache.
And okay, so we'll ask Roy. What has been, you know, a lesson for you?
I have many painful lessons in my career, and some of those is not even worth talking. But one area that I really have a very good memory with was in 2002, when I developed a technology with just one surgeon, and at the end of the FDA approval, I asked the surgeon to do the surgery. The surgery said, "Oh, this is too difficult. Are you kidding me? I'm not going to do this surgery." And then we are about to shut down the company. Blah blah blah, and I said, let's hold off for a few weeks, and then we come back. I proposed to the board of directors, let me buy 5 dead bodies to do surgery myself. And by the 4th time, I was able to do it, and I invited 2 cardiac surgeons to watch me do the surgery. And the surgeon looked at the other partner. Oh, if an engineer can do it, why not the MD, right? And this is cardiac surgeons. And then from there on, I was able to luckily find another surgeon from New York, Lenox Hill Hospital, Dr. Didier Lume. And he said, "Roy, that's so cool. I want to be the first guy in the world doing that." And we did that. And then that's how the company survived again. And in 2003, I flew 250,000 miles. That's 400,000 kilometers in 40 US states, 6 countries in Europe, using a laser pointer to teach the surgeon how to do a surgery. That was scary, definitely scary, but it works. At the end of that year, we sold the company for $160 million US. And that was a very painful moment, but it was a good exit for us, with only $50 million investment to go in with that. So I think to me, the lessons learned is that now we have 15 surgeons on our team now. So I'm not going to rely on just one surgeon.
Okay, all right. Lesson learned. Yourself, Dato'?
Yeah, actually, just back to after listening to Roy, I know that engineers are very agile, right? They can be engineer, they can be businessman, they can be fund manager. But now I learned that engineer can be a surgeon. Salute to you. But for me, I think we should write on the advantage that Malaysia have actually more than 50 years of association with the semiconductor industry. And because of this, we actually have built a lot of network and relationship and also trust with the industrial players, right? So we should definitely use that to open doors for our innovations, right? And then the other thing is that momentum cannot just depending on, oh, I work in Intel, that's why I got exposure. But for our engineers, they also need to go out, be seen, and also understand what is a technology trend at a global level. So expose yourself and also get yourself exposed is very important.
I've got a question later for Roy, but this is a question from Jean here. It says in marketing and advertising, short-term client engagements and aggressive price undercutting are driving fees to the bottom. If Malaysian firms want to scale globally, what business model shifts must we adopt to move away from low-cost execution and start winning on high-margin, value-based strategy and IP?
Well, I do not believe in an innovative medical technology. We compete with pricing. I think that's very difficult things to do. However, we want to think about that. Like I said earlier, we start the company with the mindset of making it fundable, to be acquirable, or go IPO like what we plan to do in 2029 in New York. I really think that if you look at if you could, to me, our business have 5 ways to make money. We created a robotic systems that are about to get FDA approval next year. And we have disposables or surgical tools that attach to the robotic arm to perform a surgery. We have 6 of those. And we have the third way to make money, we have the implants. All the pedicle screws, all the interbody cage, we have that. So that's third way to make money. Our fourth way to make money is the servicing. When they buy the robotic system, they sign a 1-year contract, and I'm going to give them a lifetime warranty on every single year of service contract. The fifth way is Vista app. We create an app where doctors can do surgery on laptop before they even put a knife in a patient the next day. So all these things here can play a role in having a better price, favorable pricing to the hospital. But we must be more favorable than our competitor, that's for sure. And our closest competitor is Medtronic and Johnson & Johnson. They are the top of the world. And they can only do 25 to 40% of the surgery. But our product can do 100% of it. It's like a Lamborghini feature with the Toyota pricing.
Okay, right. So what I'm hearing, though, what you're saying is like you look at different business ways of making market segmenting, and within that space to make money differently, whether it's subscription on a very simplistic level. I'm putting it. Any thoughts on this, Fadi, with these questions?
Yeah, I agree with Roy. Basically, we cannot compete in terms of price, but we need to justify the value, because when we justify the value, people will start to look at our offer. You know, if we only compete in terms of pricing, and they will start to look at some more competitors that give, you know, lower price. So I believe, yeah, 100% agree. Focus on giving values, more values. Fight in terms of values, right? Just like Roy said, give them, warranty for how long. So people will start to consider you because of the value,
Right.
not because of the price.
You know, I've interviewed a lot of companies, and when those companies that compete on price, a lot of them usually don't survive.
Yep.
Right, because they, you know, so when you have a value, people are willing to pay the price. Your thoughts, Dato'?
Yeah, I think even for IC design, right? there's also many field of IC design business. For example, why we pick to supply silicon IP and also designing custom ASIC to power the AI and the high performance computing instead of just doing contracting services, right? The reason is you need to really create a differentiation through your technology and innovation, right? And then offer it at a price competitive manner, right? That's how you sustain your business, right? And the reason we avoided design services and contracting services because it's purely a cost game, right? You reduce your price, you offer your headcount, then you get the business. But you don't earn the technology, you don't retain the technology, right? So to us, retaining the technology and then use it as a foundation to build a next technology and always survey the market to know who is your competitor, what are they offering, and be better than them in innovation rather than trying to outbid them by offering a lower cost solution. It won't fly, right?
Right. Okay, if you got it, we've got about 5 minutes. If there's any more question over Slido, do put them through. I will try to get to them. But one thing I want to just talk about, and I know this is for Roy, about this in the medtech space, and you feel like it's a personal agenda to help in the medtech space as well. If Malaysia wants to produce 10 globally significant technology companies over the next decade, what must founders, investors, governments, and large Malaysian corporations should do differently? Or how can we collaborate? And I'll start this with Roy, but I'll get the others to chip in as well.
This is a very difficult question, and I've studied it a lot, and I've observed a lot. So I really think that in order to do that, I plan to do it by examples. And I'm setting up the company here. I'm working with the local government, local surgeons to really educate, and the local engineers to really tell us what we do. And I think creating 10 champions is very doable, but we really need to understand, are we solving the differentiating technology? Are we creating value for our patients? Are we creating value for our clinicians? Are we making the product and procedure faster, safer, more accurate to our patients? All these things are part of me thinking about how to create a world champion in Malaysia. And I have another company who partner with me in Malaysia. So at least we are going to have 2 champions in Malaysia for the world to start with. And let's see how we can do that for the next 5 years to create the next 8.
Right. Okay. 5 years. All right. We're watch this space. Dato?
So to create world champions, I think we have definitely to position at a global level. I think that's first thing. But to position at a global level, technically, I don't think it's an issue as long as you stay focused and stick to what you're good at, deepen it, and then grow at the adjacent level, right? That's for semiconductor industry, right? But we also need to realize that there's certain thing missing among our entrepreneur or entrepreneur to be. That is their network into the industry, the network or linkage into the ecosystems, right? The network into the industrial player or your customer base, right? So I think everybody can play a role. Like for example, government, you are actually creating the talent pool to support the company growth, right? You are getting a talent-friendly visa system to allow us to tap into global talent, right? And at the same time, you also sponsor the exposure of the engineers or entrepreneur to let them know what is competition at the global level, right? Then we talk about funding. So for funding, we need to make sure that our venture capitalists have a new mindset where they are investing in high-risk adventure, right? Maybe you will fail in 3 of the cases, but you'll win in 2. But then the return of the 2 is more than enough, right, to cover your losses, right? But in order for the investor to invest, you need to have a lot more companies, startups, so that they can split their bets, right? So having more entrepreneur coming out and having investor who are sophisticated and patient is another important thing in my mind, right? And now, of course, the coaching and the mentoring of the success entrepreneur like Roy and some of the global players to sitting in their board or to be a personal mentor is also very important. We are lagging quite a lot in that aspect in Malaysia. Yeah.
Right. Okay. And I think networking, a place like this is a great place to network. Anything to add, Fadi?
World champion, right? To create
world
world
champion.
champion. Learn
Learn.
as
Okay.
fast as you can.
Right.
Because AI change every millisecond.
Mm.
So you need to learn as fast as you can. And of course, when I do software company, AI, I tend to make sure my team learn as fast as they can. And then number two, that's why we also, we will like launch our software this October.
Right.
Our latest software in October. And because of that, I believe government must play their roles, especially in TVET. Because TVET, especially in AI, TVET is, at 16 years old, you can already enroll for TVET. By 17, you already graduate.
Right.
So by 17, you can be the software engineer, whatsoever, as fast as you can.
So recognizing AI experts in TVET. Right?
Yep.
And in TVET.
Very important.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. And I just want to sort of like, with this last question here, it says, with the traditional mindset of start small, then grow, can you realistically start small and bootstrap organically while designing the business with eventual exit in mind? Or do those two approaches require fundamentally different decisions from the beginning? If anybody would like to say that, but I would like to say that this is what something Roy said, right? Even you can start small, but are you thinking, is it fundable? Is it acquirable, right? But with that mindset, right, you can start small, but that's your goal and strategy, right? Would anybody like to say
Okay,
one last thing?
I'll answer first. For me, the most entrepreneurs, SMEs especially, they always think about this question. And the problem is, they never start. That is the problem. That is the biggest issue. That's why I always teach my student at TVET and also at our academy.
Right.
You need to adopt one word, buat saja. Just do it.
Just do it.
Don't
Okay.
think too much,
Okay.
And then whatever happens, just hadap je lah.
Right. Okay. So I hope after today's session, right, you feel that, you are ready to move on and to grow globally. Anybody had their mindset change after today's chat with these gentlemen? Please raise your hands and say you've been inspired. Thank you. And on that note, a round of applause for my panelists. And we'll do the needful ambil gambar and all that. Yes, okay.
What a fantastic session. Thank you so much, Frida, and to our incredible panelists, Encik Fadi, Mr. Roy, and Dato' Fong, for sharing those invaluable lessons on global expansion. You've given an inspiring roadmap on what it takes to build true Malaysian champions for the world. May I request our speakers to remain on stage for a photo op and the token of appreciation. And to present the token of appreciation today, please welcome Puan Sabrina Harris, Chief People Officer of Meranti, to the stage. Alrighty, thank you so much for that, Puan Sabrina. I would just like to request everybody to join me one more time on stage for a group photo. Just a last one. Thank you so much. Alrighty, thank you so much, Puan Sabrina Harris, and thank you to our panelists today. A big round of applause. Be sure to make your way back to the hall 2 by 2:45 p.m. as we gear up for an absolute final conference session of NICE 2026 starting sharp at 3 p.m. You do not want to miss this powerhouse in conversation sessions titled Show Me the Money, Driving Returns from Malaysia's R&D Ringgit, featuring my CEO Ashra Natughazi, CEO of Meranti, alongside Shahril Hamdan, host of Keris and Silicone. This is an ultimate session for our ecosystem, tackling the bottom line of how Malaysia moves beyond R&D hype to generate real commercial value and measurable returns on our national research investments, setting the stage right before our closing ceremony. We will now pause for a lunch break and networking break. Lunch is available for delegates upstairs, and enjoy your lunch. Selamat menjamu selera.